going on, family? How you doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Miss Bo, Miss Pearl, M. White, Unconventional RJ, Naomi, Aisha Shante, True Table, me myself, Lapeef J.I. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Hiya.
Super decent, super duper decent.
Yeah, we always get right. How are you guys doing today on this lovely Thursday? Are you excited to be alive, to experience life another day? Like what? You guys shout any other time. If a game is on, if you guys won the lottery, scratch off. When the first of the month comes, y'all.
Are you hinting something, JR? Did you hit on a lotto and you ain't telling nobody? I mean,
Nah, I mean it would be nice, man, but I don't even play the lottery. I rarely play. Maybe like once or twice a year. And that's if I think about it. You know, but that's a good idea. Let me put that down on my list. I may have to go.
You in a good mood, man. I like it.
Like a quick 4, quick 3.
You can't win it if you ain't in it.
Yeah. That is true. Well, good to see you guys. Happy Thursday. As you guys come in, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. The likes are already low. They're already low. It was leveled out, but as I'm looking right now, it's not matching. So if you can't hit the like button, that's all I'm asking. You ain't got to donate nothing. Just hit that like button, share the stream for your boy. That's all I'm asking. With that being said, we got a great show here for you guys. We're going to go ahead and kick it off with Melyssa Ford. Some of you guys may know her. She's been name dropped in some songs. She was part of the Breakfast Club, but her and Charlamagne did an interview. So I took a snippet. We got some more topics on the back end. I'm going to tie back in to everyday life and dating like I typically do. We're going to make it do what it do. Great panel. Very opinionated. So just feel free to speak your mind. Don't be afraid. Say it with your chest. All right. What y'all looking at over there? Is it a game on or something? Missing something? It's like something got y'all attention. True, Aisha in particular. Yeah. Okay. So maybe y'all on the lottery website or something, trying to see if y'all can go ahead and put y'all name in before 9. I get it. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up. She said something that might have hinted towards Joe Budden, but there's a lot of other stuff that was said there. So I'm gonna break it up into 4-minute parts and maybe like three clips of that, and then we'll go ahead and keep it moving. But so make sure we pay attention just so we can have a good dialogue. So here we go. Again, hit that like button if you haven't already.
I think you talk a lot about our algorithms being very subjective, and we can create these algorithms, and sometimes there's
It's low.
kind of gets funneled to us. But I will admit that my algorithm.
So I wasn't expecting that. You know, it kind of threw me off with that one, Bo. But it was necessary. I get it. So let me go ahead and play it back to that part. 134.51. Let's go ahead and bring it back. 134. There we go. Just give me the thumbs up if it's better.
Remember that about each other.
Yeah, I think you talk a lot about our algorithms being very subjective, and we can create these algorithms, and sometimes there's stuff that just kind of gets funneled to us. But I will admit that my algorithm is very specific. There's a lot of cats and dogs in there because for the, just I need the laughter and I need just, the good heartfelt moments. There's a lot of travel because I'm constantly thinking about where I want to go next and what part of the world, part of the globe I need to see. There's a lot of women empowerment stuff. But a lot of times when you do have the women empowerment part of your algorithm, a lot of the other side is going to filter itself in. And that's the gender war-y, masculinity versus femininity, whole rhetoric and stuff like that. And it does start to, kind of like have an effect on you. I guess it's not that I don't believe that there is a huge swath of the male population that is interested in growth and evolution and their mental health. I'd absolutely believe that. I think that the ones that aren't, I think that the manosphere, red pill nation podcast bros, I think that they are so much louder.
But that's the loud minority a lot of times.
And then when you see the comments, well, not only that, I mean, when you read cases like Giselle Pellicot, the woman in France,
oh yeah.
whose husband was basically renting out her body for about 10 years and drugging her in the process to where she didn't even know what was happening to her. And then this became like this massive case in France, and 51 men saw some kind of level of prosecution, but it was up to 80 men that had participated in this. And they were doctors, lawyers, grandfathers, fathers, brothers. They were all, pillars of society and members of society, professional, et cetera, et cetera.
But they was buying pussy. The problem
they were not buying pussy. They were graping.
But wasn't he selling her? I thought he was her husband or something.
She was unconscious.
Oh,
he was drugging her and renting out her body.
Got you.
Yeah,
got you.
That was wild. And so when you hear things about that, when you see the swath of men from all walks of life participating in something like that, when you hear about this group chat of like 72,000 men sharing pictures of their wives and girlfriends in an intimate manner and exchanging stories as to how to manipulate women and drug them and take advantage of them. And
I said I didn't have
time.
Listen, there's some men that you trust the bear more. What was that shit y'all was arguing about? The bear or the man? Whatever. There's some men
if you ran into a strange man or a bear in the woods, who would you choose? 98% of women chose the bear, and men lost their ever-loving minds.
I mean, because it is a very ridiculous thing. But I understand why women could feel that.
Here's the thing. If the bear kills me, that's fine. At least he didn't grape me. At least he didn't sexually assault me. At least he didn't violate my corpse.
But what if that guy is running from the bear too, and the guy's trying to?
It's entirely possible, and this is I want men to really truly understand why women have no choice but to be fearful. You have 4 daughters.
Absolutely.
I need to know what, and one of them, your oldest, is I believe 16, 17.
Come here, ask you a question. Have you had more positive experiences with men than negative?
That's an interesting question.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and stop it there. I'm gonna go around. Let's just get like 1 minute, 20-second reactions to what was said, and then I got a question for the panel. Aisha, how you feeling so far about what was said?
I feel like it's she said a lot. There was a lot to unpack. I feel like, we know the red pill men. We know that they exist. I try not to engage with people. I'm one of those people, like, if it doesn't apply, I let it fly. And I feel like men like that aren't genuinely interested in women like me. So I kind of just let it fly. I think that we waste too much time on the red pill conversation. But to the last question, I think that in general, I have more good experiences with men than I do, than bad ones.
All right, go ahead, True.
We just need to mute her mic permanently. Melyssa Ford is just a trash individual. Outside of her being relatively, attractive, which is why we even listen. She seems to be scarred in ways that there is no therapy. There's probably Jesus Christ himself will have to bathe this woman in the spirit of love and fire for her to elevate past her pain, because her story, since she's not interesting, has been hurt and pain. Clearly, she's not being casted for no videos nowadays. So I think that the fact that she fails to even be able to answer the last question of her experiences being good compared to bad, and she still sits on podcasts that men are interviewing her and giving her some notoriety to, rehabilitate somewhat of a career is concerning. She just, I'll land there.
All right, go ahead, Naomi. Just 1 minute, 20 seconds reaction.
So I don't really agree with what she was saying. Given the fact that she's been, I think the part that stood out to me the most is that she was very opinionated, but then at the end, the last question, she was like, that's a good question. Like she's questioning it, like she hasn't been on podcasts with men with positive interactions that are allowing her to speak and say exactly what she's saying. So she's contradicting herself.
Go ahead, White.
I think it's extremely despicable. If any woman is harmed, I think the 7,200 or 7,400 or 74,000 she was talking about was the Asian men had a group where they were like doing just some despicable stuff with wives and daughters and all that. I don't think that was us doing that. And the group I seen with some of that stuff is kind of crazy. Although men do have their issues, I hate that to actually have a conversation. It almost frames it as if you're defending bad behavior, when really we not defending or co-signing any of that stuff, but we saying, hey, not everybody is out here doing this crazy stuff that you saying. And I get that it's happening, and I want you to be protected. I don't want anybody to fall victim to any of that. But to put that blanket on us as men, it's like, come on, like not everybody doing that. At least speak to the amount of men that you interacted with and had positive things. And if it's only been negative, then I pray for you. I agree with you. You got to heal from that. Hopefully you get the healing you need and you get around positive men who can make you feel better than what you feel now. But I don't know how much of that is her actual experience versus her getting in groups of feminists and they sharing stories about men hurting somebody every 4 minutes and then internalizing that and thinking that all men are just out here like the boogeyman running up behind people, kidnapping them and raping them and all this other weird stuff. And majority of men don't stand with that. Like we don't.
Go ahead, unconventional RJ. Not sure if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. I think it just says a lot of. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I just think it says a lot about just what the gentleman said. Her healing. It makes me wonder if she had any positivity in her life, far as father, brothers, uncles, right? Because it necessarily doesn't have to. You doesn't necessarily. She didn't necessarily have to answer that question in the dating format, right? Because again, it's did you have any positive male experiences? And to ponder on that, to think on that, I mean, it makes me just wonder. And so, if she hasn't, then it shows why she feels the way she feels. It shows why she, in my opinion, just don't like men. And that's what every time I've seen her speak, that's what I've gathered, that she just a broken woman that don't like men. And I'll end there.
All right, go ahead, Pearl.
Well, she did say a lot. There's some truth to the algorithm, but I think that's based on like what you feed into, what you look for, or what you allow, I guess, to kind of influence you and your thinking. I don't think she said anything that we don't already know about her. This is like a woman that's been around 20 years plus. So I guess that's just video vixen syndrome after they didn't hit the wall. I guess that's what y'all call it. It's Melyssa Ford. I mean, like, I just be feeling like certain people, we should just like zoom past because we already know what they be on and like what their reality is. But I get it. It has been 20 years. Maybe she's just reflecting on the choices that she made and where it landed her. Maybe she is bitter. Maybe she's not. I mean, I don't know her personally. None of us do. But over here, I just honestly, I don't care. I just feel like she's representative of a lot of women who just make the wrong choices in life. I just think she's a public figure. And like True was saying, she's still attractive. So maybe people still give her attention. But I don't think she really talk about anything new, doing anything new. It's just like a recycled chick that's been ran through.
Damn.
At one point I remember having her picture from the King magazine. Like she was like an icon back in the day. Like she would have took that and chose somebody she wanted. She could have won. She could have won.
All right. Go ahead, Bo.
Oh, goodness. I didn't know really what to think about. It was a lot of information in one time. It was she was all over the place. But what I will say for one of the things that I heard was that whole bear situation. Like, I would rather the bear because the bear wouldn't blah 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 whatever. I think that men don't get how terrifying being assaulted in that way is, and so I'd rather get mauled and not violated. So I kind of agree with that, but everything else, the guy in France or whatever doing his wife like that, that does not happen in like large numbers. There are way more things that happen in larger numbers than that. So I don't know what the point of that was, but for the most part, I just thought that she was all over the place. But I did like that question that Charlamagne posed at the end. I kind of was like, and I've never thought about that.
You say you never thought about the question that he asked?
No, I never considered, like, my brain just never went there before. Like, have I had more bad experiences than good experiences with guys?
Yeah. That's typically what it is. I mean, a lot of times, even when women that say that they don't want to get married, once upon a time they wanted to get married, but they had a bad experience, and then now their outlook on marriage is different. Question for the panel: when dating, how do you tell the difference between fear-based on real danger and fear-based on past stories?
I can answer that.
Go
Uh,
ahead.
I would say actions. I think that's how you could tell the difference. It's based upon the person's actions, what they're displaying, what they're showing. I've always told uh, my whole concept with dating, and I've told women this, uh, and it's just my opinion. A person actions and words have to align for you to be able to know if they are living in their truth. I don't believe that a person can continue for a long period of time of actions and words without the lie coming out of it. And if you're paying attention, you'll be able to see it and tell, if this person is real or not. So with your question, I believe action. I think that's the first step is this person consistent? Are they showing you what they're telling you, or is it different? So I'll land with that. Just it's action for me.
All right. Anybody else? When dating, how do you tell the difference between fear-based on real danger and fear-based on past stories?
Watch. You saying from the woman perspective or as a man, like whose perspective are we speaking from?
I was just speaking kind of in general.
General. So as a man, I would say if you got to actively listen to the person who's talking, because they'll tell you why they feel a way about something. Like you hear somebody talk about why they against marriage and why they super pro prenup because they went through a situation while they was married, and then the wife did XYZ, and they're like, look, I'm never gonna put myself in that situation where I get married again. Most times people will tell you if you listen to them, especially if the pain is really fresh, they'll tell you what the issue is versus them just speculating and saying stats all damn day. Like, well, the odds are that this, and the third is going to happen. That's kind of somebody operating off of other people's stories versus their own personal experiences. Personal experiences usually have like a air of relatability to them, and you want to tread them like cautiously because you don't want to trigger that person.
All right. Anybody else on that?
I don't think I can give a good answer because sometimes I still don't know.
Still don't know what?
The difference. When you're talking about feelings for people, it's hard to know. Like it takes me a minute to kind of assess and figure it out. So, like I don't it's just time for me, and I can kind of figure it out. Like danger, like immediate danger, like physical, you can kind of see that coming, if you know what you're looking for. But like being hurt emotionally, you don't always see it coming. So I don't think I can give a good answer on that.
Okay. I got a couple questions. Go ahead, Naomi. You want to chime in?
Yeah. So I would say, so I don't really date much, but I have a habit of observing people, and if you observe them long enough, they'll show you exactly who they are. Have certain types of conversations with them, and they'll tell you exactly who they are, and believe them. And you'll know if it's from trauma because they'll repeat it. Oh, I picked up this habit from da 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 da. Or in my childhood this happened, da 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 da. And as you have conversations, you'll be able to tell if it's from the past or if it's from something here recent. And I actually kind of agree with Bo that a lot of times you won't know if you're gonna experience danger emotionally or mentally. But I think if you have strict, or I don't want to say strict, but if you have some type of boundary, no matter what it is, whether you know and you're solid in it, then you'll be able to be aware of certain things before the damage is actually like really hard, if that makes sense.
But can I pose a question? Why? I don't understand why you both said you can't emotionally wise identify, and I don't understand why not. Right? Because if we're saying action wise, when you're watching them, you're observing them, you're listening. It's to me in my mind, I don't see how they can get past you with okay, for example, if let's say emotional wise, right? They hurt you in the sense of in the format of how they talk to you, right? And maybe that first time they apologize, but then if you're observing, right, because you're watching, observing patterns, right, that every time you're seeing when in different scenarios or y'all get into an argument or whatever, they talk to you crazy, right? So from that stance, and you're seeing that pattern emotionally, you can now start to you're observing and seeing, okay, wait a minute, this is becoming a normal thing, and even and right there is a flag to say, okay, hold on, let me address this, let me figure it out. So I'm just trying to figure out what stops you from seeing these things, because I just feel like human beings, they show it, man or woman, they will show it if you're really listening, seeing, and paying attention.
All right, so did you hear my response whenever I said that if you have boundaries, like, so if you are getting to know somebody and you don't know somebody how they're going to react to you until that moment. So as you're getting to know this person and you're spending time with them, you begin to start caring for them. At least I would hope so. If you're dating intentionally, then a situation arises a couple of months later and you're like, oh my gosh, he's talking to me kind of crazy. That's why I said you won't know until you know. And then once you see it, that's when you cut it off to where the damage isn't done as much. Now, if you ignore it and you welcome it, then that's just a different scenario. But the pain will be there. So there's no way for you to guard actually against it until it actually happens. If it happens, and then communicate through it, depending on the individual. Does that make sense? Like physical, you listen, I can totally, if I'm face to face with somebody and I'm watching body language, I'm gonna know if this dude is gonna want to swing on me or something, or if he loses his temper or something like that physically. But you won't be able to prepare for certain situations emotionally and mentally, especially if you guys have been in like the honeymoon phase of the dating, where you guys are like, hey, good morning, handsome, da, 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 and you're texting back and forth and you're all lovey-dovey with each other, and oh, that's my favorite color too. You're not going to know something until you actually come to it, and it's usually through a disagreement. It's usually through having difference of different types of values, morality, and you won't know it until you actually get there. So you can't actually guard against it. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm a woman. So if I'm dating, so when I choose to date, it's going to be for marriage. And I'm going to be all in from the beginning. And that probably is dumb. But I'm gonna be loving as much as possible. And I'm gonna try to be all there as much as possible.
I gotta play devil's advocate, JR. I don't think any of the women are being honest about this question. And I only say that because if women, in my opinion, were really concerned about their physical safety, they would pick men based on their physical safety. And most women overly desire men who are vehemently larger than they are. So if you were really thinking about your safety, in my opinion, you would pick men that would better suit the threat of that safety being imposed on. And what I believe to be more true, again, in my opinion, is that they think about safety from outside threat, and then they think about sex, which is why, in my opinion, that's the attraction to the physicality. Because if you was really concerned about a man putting hands on you, you probably would want to pick a man closer to your stature, or somebody that's framed is more in line where you could probably escape that threat. But
well, true. What would you say to somebody saying that they selecting the man based off men being predators and them trying to get the strongest man they can to defend them from other men?
Yeah, that I spoke to that. Like,
okay,
I was lost over it. I said yes. I think that it's a duality of thought. I think they do think about that, but I also think that if it's from she being safe, if this man loses it, I probably have a better chance of fighting him off if he don't got 120 pounds. I mean, that's just logic. But again, that's I don't believe it to be true that they worry about safety in that perspective, honestly.
Well, we do, but I will say it's not the first thing that comes to our mind. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this man might abuse me. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like that. It's a thought if there is an action that piques a concern. Like, the way, like if he raises his voice at you, or if he kind of slightly push you down, it's always like this little thing that if you're paying attention, it happens. And then we're concerned about our physical safety. But in the beginning, it's not like, I don't think that. I'm always afraid of like strange men, but not like men who like me. But I still do have to be like aware of it. You still have to be aware. It's an awareness and not a fear, if that makes any sense.
Let me get Aisha in there. Aisha, I'm asking another question just to kind of keep it going. How should someone explain their safety worries without sounding like they're blaming all men or all women?
You mean like physical safety or emotional? Because I mean, I feel like that's two different things.
You can explain both.
I'm gonna have to go with both. Like, I don't feel like I walk around here feeling physically unsafe when it comes to men, like especially men that are interested in me. I can't think of a time in my life where a man like approached me and I was like, I feel unsafe. But emotionally, I think that you just have to have conversations and you have to just get to know that person. It's no other way of doing that. And, you know, we all know that in order to know somebody, you kind of got to go through something. So you really don't know a person unless something happens out of the norm that triggers an action. And I feel like the biggest thing for me in this conversation is once that action occurs, how do you maneuver that situation? Because I think as women, we automatically like, we done, red flag, we running for the hills. I know I do. Like, I'm not, you know, I'm at a stage in my life where like the first red flag, I'm out of there. So I think that just learning how to maneuver those situations when you do feel emotionally unsafe, or especially if you feel physically unsafe, because it can get dangerous out here in these streets. Like, men can change on you in a drop of a dime, and if you don't know somebody, then you don't know that your actions might trigger them, or somebody else's actions might trigger them when you're out, right? I've been out with a dude, and he reacted to someone else that made me feel like I ain't never going out with dude ever again. And it wasn't even towards me. You know what I mean? So it's like, you just kind of got to read and know people and have the power of discernment as a woman, because our life literally depends on it.
Anybody else can add anything? Anybody want to say something? All right. It's the last question then before I play the next clip. How does trust... Go ahead, and what?
One quick question. So if y'all had to answer that, bear in the woods or a man, what would y'all answer be, out of curiosity? You know the mean, would you rather be stuck in the woods with a man or a bear? What would y'all answer be? I'm just curious.
Oh, I already answered that.
What'd you say, a bear?
Yep. I told you why. I explained.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing. That was Psycho Smack. That was.
What about you, bro?
I would say a man. I'm terrified of animals. I wouldn't make it.
All right. What about you, Pearl? Naomi?
A man.
Naomi?
A man.
Okay. Did you want to add anything else to that, White? It's just okay. Just being messy. All right. How does how does trust actually get rebuilt when the world keeps feeding both sides scary examples?
I don't think it really matters what you see. Like, if you have your own standards and expectations, that's what you bring to the relationship, and that's what's the foundation of your conversations. I don't give a damn what I see on the internet. It's not going to dictate what I do or what I say. I get what you're saying. It does influence people who may be looking for some sort of direction, but I think we got to stop always looking outward and start looking inward, because that relationship basically is you and that person. So people can give advice and give suggestions, but you ultimately should know yourself. And I think that'll guide you to exactly who you're supposed to be with or not, because there's a vetting process, right? And like Aisha was saying, there's a level of discernment that you should have. But you have to do that work within yourself first. And I think if you do that, you'll see how naturally easy it is for these type of organic relationships to develop without so much extra work being put into it.
You mentioned doing the work. What does that look like for somebody that's watching?
Doing the work in a relationship?
On themselves. You say you got to do the work on yourself.
So doing the work for yourself is not just looking at your strengths, right? Because that's your light. It's really like tuning into your darkness, right? Your weaknesses, things that your areas of improvement. So that could be, are you emotionally available, right? You may be looking for people or finding yourself saying, oh, I keep finding men who are emotionally unavailable. Maybe you're emotionally unavailable and you keep attracting that. You may lack communication. You may lack discernment. Maybe you're hurt, past trauma. You have not taken time to heal. You just kind of jump. You don't have an idea what real emotional and physical safety looks like in a relationship. Maybe you're materialistic. There could be a number of things, right? That's subjective to the person. But until you really ask yourself, what can I bring to a relationship, before asking what somebody can bring to you, then again, I think you kind of answer questions that you would naturally ask yourself, because you wouldn't ask those things. Like, you would want the same thing that you're asking or you want for yourself. So if you're mature, you're communicative, right? You're intelligent, professional, all of those extra things. You want somebody that equates you or at least exceeds you so you can learn. But if you're not doing that work and you don't know who you are, you're going to attract anybody. And it's not just because you're attractive. It's because you're just accepting of everything. I don't think we got to kiss a lot of frogs to find that prince.
So can I say, so you asked the question of what it looks like to heal. I see a lot of people um, talk about in the world that they go heal on going on a girl's vacation, they go heal. I heard somebody, a woman one time say, I read a book, not but a lot of books, but a book. I heard somebody say, oh, I put it all the focus on my kids, and that's how I heal, right? To me, these things are not the proper way of healing, so that you can be able to have trust, the ability to, or even just the ability to date, right? First, it starts off with admitting. Can you admit? Can you look yourself in the mirror and be honest with who you are on the ugly side of you? Can you look in the mirror and be honest with that? Can you look in the mirror and say, I'm just a no shit ass person, or I suck at this, or I suck at that, excuse my language, right? And if you can start that part first, then comes the healing with, okay, what can I do? Who can I go to? Whether that's therapy, someone professionally, right? Spiritually, right? These things need to be met first, right? Doing that type of work, uh, whether it's not just journaling, but like I said, going to a therapist, going to go get help, multiple health books, mental health books. Getting closer to God if you believe in that, so in God, right? Spiritually, these things are steps to help you heal. And a lot of people, they use other avenues to say I'm healed, or I've been in the house all day. I ain't went outside in a month, so yeah, I ain't talked to a dude in a month or a girl in a month. I'm healed, and that's just not it. So I think the way I said, the first stuff I said is how you start the healing.
I'll answer it. I don't think that you can heal unless you're around healed people. I think people believe that healing is just additions to their additions to what they believe they're doing proper, and their distractions at the same time. It's very hard to see oneself if you don't know what to aspire to. So healing, I think, has become like a catchphrase type of thing currently. I don't believe you can heal as a broken person and be surrounded by people who are equally as broken and then believe that you're actually healed. I think that you need to find a tribe of individuals who are outperforming you in every metric of life. That way it expands and exposes the actual weak points that you possess. That's what I believe. Other than that, if you don't have that tribe or that surrounding support system, you're just fooling yourself. And I'll land.
Yeah, I agree. I think that healed is a buzzword. It's a word to disarm people. I don't claim to be healed at all whatsoever. I have done some healing, but you're never, once the wound is there, it's never really fully healed. There will be a scar, and you have to have the necessary tools in order for that scar to not affect you going forward. So, yeah, when people say that they're healed, I kind of like side eye them. Cause I'm like, that's just not true. But what I will say is, I actually thought about something very similar to this question. We, especially in my age group, we do not trust anybody. There is no like silly like love happening. There is no like truth telling. There's none of, everybody is lying to everybody. Everybody's keeping something from everybody. And it's keeping us from actually like caring about each other. I have to constantly hear like how I'm so old and no man's gonna want me because I'm so set in my ways and blah blah blah. And then women like to tell men that they're sassy and incels and all of that. So like we're hurling insults at both sides. And I think that we could all deal with shutting up and stop prescribing people things and how we feel about them. But I'm not sure how trust gets rebuilt for the vast majority. But I learned something from my brother through a conversation we had. And he was like, you've got to stop lying. And I was like, but I'm not lying. I tell the truth. And he was like, no. He said, when you avoid telling people how you really feel and what you really need, you're lying to them. You're letting them think something, whatever they're thinking, instead of telling them what you need and what you're thinking and how you're feeling. He was like, you have got to stop keeping things, because that's lying to them. And that doesn't make the situation any better. He was like, neither one of you can work on a relationship unless you're completely truthful. And I think what we've missed, because what we used to do when we were young is tell the truth. We would honestly say how we feel. But for some reason, as we get older, we keep those feelings inside. And we keep all of our feelings inside. We keep all of our emotions inside. And it doesn't allow us to connect with one another. So all we're hearing is all of this scary stuff, and we're not having any positive experiences. So we harp on all of the negative stuff. And I just think it's not doing any good. So I don't know as a whole how we would build more trust, but I'm opting to be truthful. I just say what it is. If I feel something, I just say it. I have to. Like, I don't feel right if I don't, because how are you to know that something is wrong if I don't tell you? If that makes any sense.
All right.
Make a lot of sense. That's dope.
Play a little bit more of this clip.
I have had extraordinarily fulfilling and have fulfilling platonic relationships with men. Absolutely.
So-
I have had not the greatest personal romantic relationships with men.
So based off that, you know that all men aren't terrible human beings.
I do know that. However, I will say this. You want to know one of the reasons why women watch all that murder, death, kill stuff, all the serial killer stuff? Because we're trying to understand what threat looks like. Because usually it's presented as somebody who's very, very normal. The BTK killer, Dennis Rader, he was a pillar of his community. He was an active member of his church. You know, John Wayne Gacy, same thing. Like the evil.
But why they don't ever do the positive stories? Meaning, like, because all of this, I'm not saying it's not true, because it's definitely true, but propaganda works both ways.
Mm-hmm.
If there was a network that showed us, you know, these great men who did right by women and, you know, protected women and held women down, your perspective wouldn't lean so much to, you know, men ain't shit, I gotta go with the bear.
No, trust me. I place in my algorithm men that I know there's a guy named Will Hitchens online. There is this podcast. It's these 4 young Black boys. I can't remember what the podcast is called right now, but I mean,
you're talking about
it starts with a J.
Jamming or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, they're from Chicago, I think.
I love them.
Mm-hmm.
I love them because it's just, they take men and brosphere and red pillars to task, and their rhetoric is so respectful towards women, and they just have so much common sense for being so young. So I follow them. I follow Deontay Kyle. I definitely have an algorithm full of men that are, you know, that are allies to women. But I will also find myself in the comment section of certain things, and it's just it's very polarizing, and it pulls you. And especially, you know, I mean, I've had my own experiences of being around a certain type of a certain group of men who exhibit groupthink, and that groupthink tends to lean very misogynistically. So it has an effect on you, you know, as somebody who's just kind of like absorbing it simply just because I'm a woman and I'm the woman in the room kind of thing. It's just.
I listen, are there fuck boys out here? Yes, but I still believe in the circle of trust of humans. And I believe that the shooting percentage when it comes to the circle of trust of humans is still very, very high in spite of all the bullshit. And what do I mean by that? We wake up every day, every single one of us, and we trust that we're not going to go crazy. I don't know none of these people in this room, but one of these motherfuckers could go crazy and fuck up the whole day for everybody. You could go to freaking Dunkin' Donuts and order a coffee, and it's that one person in the back who might decide, you know what, I'm gonna put some fucking, you know,
Arsenic.
fentanyl or arsenic
Yeah.
in her shit. Or you might get in the car with the Uber driver and that person decides to run off the road. My point is, we don't think about that type of stuff. You don't go into Dunkin' Donuts and think somebody's gonna put arsenic into your fucking drink. You don't order the Uber and jump in the car and think this person's gonna run me off the highway. You don't walk in rooms with perfect strangers and be like, okay, you know, who's gonna be the person that shoots this shit up? So there's a circle of trust that exists amongst humans. And in spite of all of the bullshit, we do pretty good at making sure that all of us are safe and protected. So I can't base everything off, you know, just the bullshit. Now, do I, you know, raise my daughters with that mentality?
I'm gonna go ahead and stop it there. Let's go ahead and get quick, immediate reactions. Go ahead, Pearl.
I knew you was gonna come speak. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, at this point, she's just rambling. Like, I didn't lost my train of thought as to what I was gonna say.
Come on.
Shut up. Like, it literally just played, but you might have to come back to me. Like, I literally just had a brain fart.
I could say something. I hate every podcast she mentioned. Like everything that she mentioned, I like have actually physically put not interested on my Instagram because I'm tired of seeing it. Like all the four little boys, I'm not little boys, the four young men she talking about, all they do is every time I see a clip, it's about racism. Like consistently, that's all they talk about is racism, and probably the other part is like misogyny. I don't want to hear that all day. I get it. Like we might have problems in the world. Talking about it all day, like that's our favorite thing to talk about. And it's like, yo, that's not draining to y'all?
Well, that's what they say about the men's spaces as well.
You already know how I feel about red pill. Like, you know, you already know how I feel about that. I ain't a red pill bull.
How you feel about it?
I think red pill guys are for the most part are male feminists. They just like the opposite version of feminists. They are radicals on the other side. On their scorn and their hurt, and they just out for vengeance for the most part. Then there are some guys who are just being real and they just, you know, they kicking the game and they just telling you what they know. The idea of red pill, I like it. Like I like the idea to some degree of feminism. Of like, you know, just give them the, you know, equality of opportunity. You know, I agree with that. You should be able to try and, you know, do what you want in life. But I think that people have taken it, you know, bad actors, they've taken it and they've turned it into something else. And yeah, that's kind of like, you know, like fresh and fit, like goofy shit, like, you know, stuff like that. And sometimes they say some stuff that makes sense, but for the most part, I think a lot of the red pill spaces, they just want to slam dunk some shit on some women. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Yeah, I to respond to what you're saying about the red pill, and this is not me necessarily defending them, but my perspective is I think that medicine and knowledge is tier level. So your fresh and fits have an audience because there's men like yourself, maybe like me, maybe like Marcus, maybe like JR, who have certain levels of gifts and privileges. So sometimes our viewpoint on life is going to look different. You know, I think that on the other side, women are the same way. You have women like Melyssa Ford, who's talking about her experience, but she's in a very privileged position, always has been actually for the duration of when we know her, right? And so I get it. Maybe myself will be like, okay, that's a little extreme, bro. Like, that's not really how it goes. But that's speaking from my own experience. Because even when I've listened to like Fresh and Fit and others, I haven't gone through a lot of the things that maybe your average guy has gone through. Like, I never had no girl ask me for no cash app. I think that's goofy. Like, yo, she asking you for money. That's wild. But I can't deny that that's occurring. You know.
Got you.
Yeah.
So if I want to repeat what you said. Not what you said, but I want to paraphrase so that you can let me know if I'm understanding what you're saying. So you're saying that the things that these guys are talking about might be valid, and I may not have experienced it, but that doesn't take away from the validity that there's things that are going on about what they're saying. If that is that kind of
Yeah, that paraphrases it. Because basically, all the men that I've talked to over the course of just my lifetime, I can clearly tell where they've had experience and exposure or lack thereof, especially when it comes to women. It's the simple thing of when I'll say things like, yo, I'll never have a girl put me out, or I don't sleep on my own couch, or she can't show up on a date with sneakers on. And they're like, what? Or the fact, I don't care if my girl get mad. Like, her getting mad does what? But for most dudes, when they hear me talk, they're like shook. Because in their world experience, that's normal.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah. So I'm not saying at all that the qualms that they have aren't legitimate, right? There are a lot of things that they say that make sense and that, you know, are legitimate, but that's not my issue. My issue is, for example, we got Bo here, right? Bo may say some things that I disagree with and that I've disagreed with for a long time, right? However, I want to have conversations with Bo because I think that through conversation, I can change her perspective. Or maybe she can change my perspective, right? And a lot of the red pill guys, they don't have that patience, right? And I think that for me personally, I think that emotional control is a sign of masculinity. A lot of those guys don't have that. They don't want to have conversations. Like, that's what I never like. I'm damn near Republican, right? I don't like the idea. I never used to like the idea that like liberals don't want to have conversations. I didn't like Kamala because she wouldn't sit down and have a real conversation. If she just went on a podcast and just talked all the way through, I'm like, oh, I think I kind of know her, right? The fact that she just didn't want to do nothing that wasn't scripted, that bothered me, right? I'm all for the conversations. And I think a lot of these guys, they don't want conversations. They want to shut Bo up. They don't want her to talk no more. Like, I don't agree with stuff like that.
So if you didn't hear what I said when I started my soliloquy, would you say that it's based on your tier level? Because to me, I look at it as you would be a man that has a different tier level. You have the capacity. I like the word capacity. You had a capacity to be able to handle a bow. And what I mean by handle is engage. You have some validity from your vantage point. You can receive what she say, digest it. You just did it with me. I said a whole bunch of words and you condensed it. Most dudes, most people don't have that tier level nor that maturation. So that's why I said I think it's valid that the certain deliverers of messages, it's going to hit them and it opens up now the pursuit of their maturation. So Fresh and Fit may be the starting point, and then we end up over here like Lapeef, you know, or Kevin Samuels or whatever.
Yeah. I mean,
But I
it's a
think
lot
that
of people. Oh, go. I'm sorry.
no, I was gonna say just to add, but I think the difference between them and over here is what you're projecting, right? Because you mentioned even with Melyssa Ford having the experience, right, to possibly have dealt with bad men. That's one thing, and willing to have the conversation like we're doing now. But when you go around on different panels and you're projecting and you're using the ideology of the man and the bear and assuming that uh, they're assuming that the bear is going to attack you no different than the man, when in reality is there's been incidents where people have been in the woods with a bear and it didn't attack them. There's been incidents where man don't attack you. So when you're projecting based off um your own your own trials and what you went through with a man, and you're using that to then say, hey, yeah, I don't trust man, all man, and I rather trust the bear, when it's like you don't know. Every scenario, every situation is different, and you can't come out constantly projecting and putting that and making it seem like all men are the problem or are fearful. And even with her saying, I'm just trying to figure out, you know, I can't even use the words, but I'm not gonna say that part. But just her doing that, because I look at it like this: if you really are this fearful of man, then you wouldn't go and call them to fix your furnace when it breaks. You wouldn't go get your brakes done, right? You would really, really try to eliminate yourself damn near out the world from dealing with man overall, or just find places where it's just nothing but women that will fix your car. Not saying that doesn't exist, because I'm sure that does, right? But that's just not the case. And it's not the case that every man falls in the category of what you've been through. And not every man didn't hurt you. So to have that, to be out here projecting that, and then you got women and other people looking at that and seeing that could be problematic. And I'll end right there.
We got some of the ladies. What are y'all thinking? Go ahead, Bo.
So, I did want to back up a little bit because I forgot to add a point. Self-awareness is key when you're dealing with people in relationships. And if you don't know who you are, then you can't. Your relationships just won't be successful if you're not willing to look at yourself and see what you're doing wrong and what you could do different. But anyway. So in that clip, I think that Melyssa Ford doesn't do herself any justice because she is looking at it from a lens of a woman that came from an industry that would have a lot of men in it that would disrespect or misuse her, mishandle her, because it is the music industry. Those men have a lot of entitlement and privilege, and those types of men treat you a certain sort of way. So I think she doesn't do herself any justice by admitting to herself that she has a skewed version of men based on what her profession was. And so that doesn't mean that all men are like that. That means that you were in an industry that opened you up to men that are like that. So if she had bad experiences, then that's just kind of where you are. That's where you were. That's what you're gonna have. So for me personally, like if I were to answer that question, I've had more positive, like not just dating spaces. I just all men. If I'm considering all men that I have encountered, I've had more positive experiences with men than negative. Now I've had some terrible negative experiences, but when we're talking about sheer numbers, right? I've had more positive experiences. I know some amazing men in my life. I have known some amazing men. So, yeah.
All right, Naomi Pearl. Anybody want anything?
I want to ask, Bo, would you having a greater or a great outcome with be dealing with great men, do you feel like you, even with the bad man that you've experienced, that you find yourself projecting or looking at, to where looking at every man you come across, like, man, you might, in a negative way, or even trying to project that because of the fewer bad men that you had? Or do you still?
Um, I don't see men as bad.
Okay,
So,
okay.
like I was explaining to True earlier, it's not necessarily that I'm like he might be bad. It's really just it's a I just have to protect myself because I know that I am weaker than this person. So I just have to be aware of everything that's going on. So it's not necessarily like this man might attack me. I just have to position myself that just in case. And this really around anybody I don't know. This is just strangers in general. Like you have to position yourself that you're okay. Like I I back in pretty much everywhere I go because I was taught in the past, like you're a woman, you need to be able to hop in your car and just go. So I back in everywhere. So it's not that I'm like men are bad. I hate men because they are bad. It's just an awareness that I have that things happen out in the world and I just prepare myself. That's it.
All right. Go ahead, Naomi.
So, do you want me to answer the question or a reflection of the clip that we just saw?
Oh, you can do both. You can start with the clip and then.
Mm, as far as the clip, I, I so she brings up her algorithm a lot, like the good and the bad of it. So I'm finding it difficult for her the perception that she's portraying is that she's seeing both sides of it. That's how I'm taking it. Because she's saying she had her algorithm is full of like some great men, and then she's in the comment section of like the manosphere men, and it's difficult for me to accept that she's, you know, I think we all know that algorithms are built around what you seek out and then what you interact with. So that doesn't tell me that she's interacting with men intentionally in a positive way. Not majority of the time. You know, I think she was, if you paid attention to her body language, she was more excited about like the cat videos that she gets to see. You know, even her shoulders got up and she even smiled and even sat up a little. And the question, are you talking about the trust question that you had asked?
No, we kind of got away. I had a new question I haven't asked for this section yet, so but I'll go ahead and kick it off with you. Do you think people judge each other more for being single or for how they choose to date, and why? Do you think people judge each other more for being single or for how they choose to date?
On social media, I believe people judge more on how they're being single. You hear and see it all the time. Women shouldn't have, like, the high body count is always on the algorithm. Somebody's always arguing about it. It is always a topic. And that's just a woman being single, you know. Men being single, okay, well, you must not have money to be able to date. Even the list that went around on social media about places that women don't want to go if they're going to go on a date, you know, and it was places like even Applebee's was on there, like Chili's, things like that. So I think on social media that it is definitely on how you're being single. In real life, I think if I was to have a conversation with somebody, I would be more concerned with, you know, how many people have you dated previously, how they date and what they define as dating, because now there are so many definitions of dating. Apparently you can date multiple people at one time, and then, you know, then don't date multiple people at one time. And some people it's like, no, we're not dating, we're just hanging out, you know. And so I think the communication of the definition of what their dating perception is in actuality.
Okay. All right, Pearl, you can answer that question. Do you think people judge each other more for being single or how they choose to date, and why?
I honestly think they're like neck and neck. I think a lot of people in this space and just in life, period, just be judging you based on where they are in life. I think a lot of us do like a lot of projecting. And I think that comes from not understanding that conversation should just be objective. Like, it should just be fact-based. It should be you removing yourself and just looking at it from just a general perspective. So again, I say all that to say, I think a lot of people judge you for being single, and then they try to determine that you're single based on how you date, or you have people who will judge you based on how you date will then try to determine if you're going to be single or not. Like, I think it's the same, just backwards or like the upside down. But again, that all comes down to subjectivity, because the objectivity is you want to be respected, you want to have a healthy relationship, and you want to be able to excel and be the best version of yourself. The best versions of ourselves are also different. So when you are meeting and intertwining yourself with people, the relationships are going to look different. The basis should be, are they respecting each other? Do they love each other? Are they progressing? We can talk about none of that other shit, because again, I don't determine those, and that's not my job to do that. So I think a lot of us just be minding other people's business, and that's where the judgy comes in. That, like, I don't care how you date. I don't care why you're single. That doesn't apply to me unless I actually want to be with you, or vice versa. So I'm not asking somebody that I'm not interested in, like, why are you single? And now I'm trying to analyze like how they date. I don't care. But again, if people wanted to come to this space, like a lot of people do, and they want to wonder the best routes or the best avenues to take, then again, that's based on objectivity. It's emotionless. It's based on facts. Like you do this, and you'll get this results. If you have this happen, then this will result as well. So you just got to figure out what you want and stop looking outward. I said that earlier, like stop looking outward and just look inward. And everybody else got to mind their own business.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead. Bo, you want to say something?
I have to agree with Earl. I think that we are way too much in other people's business. We are far too concerned with why someone is single, and we don't even like them. How somebody wants to date. Like, I do not care that men want to go out of the country and find a wife. I don't care. I don't care if you want to date outside your race. I don't care that you want to date the same sex. I don't care about none of that. Mostly just because, don't none of that give me no nut. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Who you do it with don't give me nothing. It don't give me no pleasure. It don't make me no money. It don't pay no bills. It don't do none of that. So I think that if we think about it like that, why do you care? Why do people care that I'm single? Why would people care that anyone on this panel is single or anyone in the world? What does that do for you? Do you like that person? And if you do, that is when you should concern yourself with why they're single. If they're single, and then just go holler at them. Hey, what's up? Let me take you out or whatever. Other than that, it's no concern of yours. I just be minding my business, and I really wish people would do the same, because I think that if we learn to mind our own business, then we could fix our own business. And I got too many problems in my life to be minding somebody else's business. And I think that if we think that in this economy anyway, I think all of us got problems at some point. So I think that you could deal with minding your business so you can fix your stuff instead of worrying about somebody else. I completely agree with her.
I think that's a good point. I'm opening up to the panel. Why do you guys think that people be so focused on single folks? Particularly on the internet, that's where we see it at. I'm not sure if it's happening in reality, but on the internet, single folks are losing, particularly the women. Go ahead, MY.
I think the reason people be focused on single folks is married people are either living in bliss or miserable, and they might be looking at the miserable single people and trying to one up themselves. Well, at least I ain't like your ass single, and the single person might be having a better life than you. And the people that's happy in their marriage is like, man, this shit crazy. All these motherfuckers is tweaking. I don't really get why they doing X, Y, and Z, and they just. It ain't that exciting. It ain't nothing crazy. I'm not gonna have no crazy ass call to nobody and say, man, you won't believe what she was doing. I don't have them type of conversations. It's like watching TV, like real life TV, when some of these situations pop up. I'll be like, wait, what happened? And then you did what? Wait, how did you even get in this scenario? All of this stuff is like TV at some point. Or you might have ADHD like me, and I take information and data and create compartmentalized sections where I say, I've seen a lot of people that said this, they kind of thought like this, and they move like this. So my opinion based off of the information I collected has me thinking that this is what this type of person typically tends to do. And I don't actually care that far into your specific personal relationship as I do like having the data sets. So if ever I was asked, I would have a information query that I can go through and say, you know what, based off what you told me, I've seen a lot of people operate like this, and it's profitable. Tonight's conversations and the shows where they really discuss and dive into single relationships, they fill the house, especially when most people being single, So yeah, it's a multitude of reasons why, you know what I'm saying. It's a big topic right now, and you can get some crazy sensational stuff when you got the male feminists and the You know what I'm saying? The two opposite ends of the spectrum, the extreme radical feminists and the extreme radical red pill men, they toxic. So when they get together, it's gonna be crazy. You're gonna see somebody get kicked out of a room. You might get a gun pulled on set. It's like reality TV. It's like TV. So it's gonna stay popping. Because unfortunately, normalcy and like just being content isn't good television. It's not good entertainment. You really ain't gonna get to, unless you just want to have a Hallmark moment. You're not really gonna get none of the other extra shit from just stable people.
Yeah, I think we are designed as people to be mindful of just people. I think that it's nice to say like, oh, just mind your own business, which I believe you should mind your business, but I also think it's unrealistic to assume that us as just social beings are going to adopt that lifestyle and be good at it collectively. I think there's one-offs. You got your people who can live in the middle of the woods with no Wi-Fi and make their own, source their own food and energy, and that's a one-off. So with that example, I think normalcy, like in a sense what Marcus is saying, and is normalcy is a perceived thing that we as people have, and relationships are normal. So when people are looking at individuals, especially if they see like, okay, you got all your teeth and you ain't missing no limbs, like what's wrong with you? Especially with women, I say it a lot. If you're a woman and you relatively attractive and you single, there's probably something wrong with you, because you can't say, girl shaking her head, but you can't tell me that men are not petitioning. Like, you can't tell me that. I'm not going to believe it, especially in current day. Online, they petitioning. In person, they petitioning. That little goober at the job who knows your Starbucks order. He knows your Starbucks order. Like, you can't tell me that. So there's something wrong with you, right? I think it's just one of them things. I'm not homeless, but I be concerned why people are homeless. Just like other people, I'm sure, be like, yo, I don't live outside. If you're concerned, it's like, that's not normal. That's just what I think. But I want to hear what Pearl got going on, because she's making a lot of faces with them ears, though.
Go ahead, Pearl. You've been summoned. Go ahead. Get tight lip now.
Wow. Okay, so if a woman is single and she's fairly attractive, is something wrong with her, possibly? So
Absolutely.
Can't speak for every other woman, because I'm not them. Y'all know I don't even do that. I don't feel like it's anything wrong with me, seriously. And I've openly said on the panel that I was single. I'm in a relationship now, but it's fairly new. But I'm just saying, like, for 2 years I wasn't. So it's not that something was wrong with me. I've publicly said I ended a long-term relationship due to whatever. But the point is, like, that's just my reflection time. Like, I'm not supposed to just jump into another relationship, right? Like, I'm supposed to take that time, analyze, and just chill. So there's nothing wrong with me. I could just be in the state of just reflecting, introspecting, and trying to heal. There's nothing wrong with me.
I love it.
Relationship?
That's different. I don't think that fit into his example. Just getting out of a long-term relationship and then figuring it out from there. Do that true? I don't know.
Yeah. That's a little different. I would just speak into the fact that there are certain things that are, in my opinion, are supposed to exist from a human level, and I think that's we observe our reality. Like Marcus said, you in a happy marriage, naturally you probably would be like, okay, well, shoot, this is my life. I'm gonna observe the reality, and you see opposite of that. It's kind of like, well, what's wrong with them? Like, I'm good over here. That's just how we are as humans, as people. You experience good, you assume others is supposed to, and I think relationships are no different. But yeah, Pearl, now I'm gonna stand 10 toes on it. If you're a fairly attractive woman and you're single in current day, there is something wrong with you.
Why can't it be something wrong with them?
Now, we're not gonna do that, Bo. We're not gonna do that, because we overwhelmingly understand that just in women's state, they are pursued. That is something wrong with her. The product is bad. That the product got to be bad.
It's not true. Here's the thing, though. Everybody don't work for everybody, right? You got one person. You got to find that one person. But also, what I will say is there were a lot of things that I realized I was doing wrong. So you're not completely wrong, right? But we're all learning. We all have to understand that all of us are learning to be better. If you can recognize that that person uh can recognize when they're wrong and they can fix it, I think that that's a good person. But see, too many of us want that person to come ready made, and we expect certain things instead of expecting growth. I don't expect you to be perfect, but I do expect you to listen to what I'm saying, to my experience with you, just like I am supposed to listen to your experience with me. And we need to adjust to that because maybe there is something that we're doing wrong. And so if that person learns to adjust, listen and adjust or talk about it and figure it out, that person is worth dating. But I think that all of us at some point have thought this person has to come just fully made. And if they don't come made in the way we are expecting, it's something wrong with you and I'm not going to deal with you. I've done that in the past and I've learned to look for growth instead of perfection.
Also, I wanted to say, I disagree with if you. I'm gonna tie into what you said, Bo, but I disagree if you've been in if you've not been in a relationship, then some wrong with you. Because I mean, let's be honest here. We live in a society where we complain if a person had too many relationships. We'll then say, well, why you dating so many people? Why can't you settle down with this? You ain't found a guy yet. So I think even regardless of whether you're dating or not dating, I just feel like we live in a society where we're always going to find something that's wrong with someone in some kind of way. And then I think also when it comes to just the whole single and dating and all that, I think we live in a society where there's no such thing as, and I'm not gonna say it's for all, but privacy. People don't believe in privacy anymore. We get online and we look for validation. Whatever thoughts are created or we are coming up in our minds, we want to get online and we want to get see some validation or seek it and see if hey someone thinks like me, then I know what I'm thinking must be true. If I feel this way about a relationship, then I go online and I put my relationship out there, my business, and someone validates it, then I know that I'm not tripping, right? What we don't believe in privacy no more. We just want to constantly put it out there. So as far as like it's hard to mind your business when constantly everybody, not every, but most people are consistently putting their business out there, and when no one even asks. No one asks anybody to get online and say, "Tell me what your relationship status is or what's going on with you." You choose to do that, and so you leave that door open for people to come in and dissect you and pick you and see, okay, well, you must be crazy or you something must be wrong with you. So I think just leaving your relationship off the internet. I think understanding that um, you're gonna go through stuff when dealing with men, women. Everybody's not the same. I think those things need to be taken, looked at. But definitely stop putting your information on the internet. Like again, it's
Yeah.
not warranted.
I think it's a little difficult to do that because people are asked that question, like on the internet and off the internet. It's kind of like a status. If you are, that's one of the first things people ask: are you single? And then when they ask, are you single? Then the next question is, well, why or why not? Or if you have kids, what happened to the father? What happened to the mother? Why aren't you with them? These are the typical questions that's asked over and over and over again. So it's kind of impossible to really be private about that. Even when we had these conversations online, if they're about relationships, that question is going to come up, especially if you seem like you know it all. They want to try to see with all this information that you're given, have you been successful? Has it been successful for you? Go
I
ahead,
can
Drew.
see that. Oh,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, my bad.
No, go ahead, RJ. Respond.
No, I was gonna say I can see that from a stance of dating, right? If you're doing some online dating, but from a stance of you being on a panel, right? We have to remember you still have a choice on what you choose to open up about or not, right? Even like no different, you do an interview, whatever, right? We constantly put our thoughts out there when sometimes you can easily just say, listen, I care not to share that. I don't want to share that. I don't want to talk about that. I'm not on here to do that. And let's move on, right? But we go right into it. Yeah, I was dating this guy or dating this girl and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? So I mean I guess two things can be true, right? With what you said, but I just think you got to always remember you have a choice. You don't always have to answer the question or respond and put your stuff out there.
Mm.
Yeah, I think I'll pass it to you real quick, Naomi. I just want to respond to RJ. I don't think that he understood that there's a lot of contradictions, and JR kind of lobbed it with responding to him. We live in a society now that we're creating a completely different experience. Humans are relational. That's not going to disappear. It is very normal when you're in college, right, to ask people what their major is. It is also very normal if you're in the military, if the person is going to, re-enlist or, go get a certain specification. So as humans, male and female, it's the same. Dating is a very new concept. I've said this several times on this panel. Most societies are marital societies, and most of our history is baked into that. So to have this idea like, oh, well, people aren't going to shame single people. They're not. I don't think it's so much shame as, or maybe they're not intending. It's curiosity, because it's not common that whether you're attractive, not attractive, as an adult, you don't have someone. You're not nurturing a relationship. That's just normal. So I think that people now got this idea that everybody's just dating. That's an American thing. And that's a very new concept, like maybe 60 years, maybe. That's not been the common thing. Most people pursuit in life is to have someone in a family. And I'll land.
Go ahead, Naomi. All right, you want to respond real quickly, and then we go to Naomi.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess I'm coming from a stance of, right, when I'm online and I'm looking at people talk about relationships, right? I'm basing it also off the subject, right? Depending on the person who's on what the subject that they put on their panel, and seeing people come up, right? And they're talking about their relationships in a negative way, or in whatever kind of way, right? Based off that subject, based off that panel. So I'm speaking from that standpoint, where sometimes you don't necessarily gotta even come up on that panel. You don't necessarily gotta talk about your personal business out there for anybody to then to pick at you, because ultimately, once that happens, then now I've seen where people get up in an uproar, right? Now they're feeling offended, right? But I think that would have never got to that point if we just try to preserve some information. I do know we live in a time where there's information that needs to be spread, especially when you're talking to each other, right? And that those simple questions of, are you in a relationship? I don't think that's nothing wrong with that, right? But I think when you're asking a stranger on a panel, why didn't you and the father of your child not work, and you got however many people in the room watching? I think that's where that choice comes in, that where you can choose to say, I'm not going to address that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead, Naomi.
First off, all I'm going to say is true. I'm now going to question my attractiveness as compared to my singleness.
But you were married, if I remember correctly. I remember your story. You were your ex-wife, right? You were married, so you did do the relationship thing at some point.
Yes, for a long time. So, all of my children are from my ex-husband, and so now I'm divorced. But I think what we're not really is, so we live now where we are at right now in society. We use social media for engagement. Nobody actually anymore goes out and like touches grass. There's such a lack of interpersonal communication skills. It is beyond me. Most customer service positions are now work from home positions. you know, and so we're no longer really interacting in person the way we used to previously. So when we are on social media, and I'm going to use TikTok as an example, even, you know, right here, like on the podcast, there are people in the comments and we're all together having this one conversation, you know, and whether it's Facebook or whether it's Instagram or TikTok, one of the things that I'm seeing is that when you're engaging in these conversations, people tend to, when they're questioning whether or not you're single or if you've been married, this, that, whatever, it's typically a way to maneuver the conversation to deflect the actual question that's being asked. And unless you actually bring it back around to like, hey, you know what, that's personal, I don't want to talk about that, and say, okay, but this was the question, what's your answer? It's usually a way to just deflect. And unless you're actually aware of what's happening, majority of the time what's going to happen is you're going to engage in that conversation and then, oh, well, I'm single. Okay, well then how can you be asking me this question or giving this stance and da 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 da? It becomes a debate rather than a conversation, especially on social media when they're disagreeing with you. And then then people are dropping and blocking and things like that. And so that's why unless you're aware and you're able to kind of use reverse psychology to turn it back around on them, it's difficult to not. Majority of people actually engage in that to go in. To me, I've already identified it as a way to deflect depending on the conversation. And then there's some spaces that I truly just don't enter into. And then there's some things that I just don't even respond to. And I always, like, whenever I'm on social media, I will engage in the comments a little bit, but I don't interact with the comments, especially if I'm on a panel. And because and then if you're engaging with me a certain type of way, I'll tell you, hey, you know what? I don't engage with low vibration people who want to argue. When you're ready to have a conversation, then you can ask me the correct way. And then I leave it at that. But if they begin to just be, however, I just don't engage. They take my silence as, oh yeah, I told you won't say nothing. But I'm sitting there looking at my phone like, man, you're so goofy because I'm not engaging, and this is where people tend to take silence as weakness, or they take silence as weakness, or they take meekness as a way that you've been overpowered. When in actuality, it's just, I tell people that, listen, if you mattered, it would matter. But because you don't, it doesn't. And that really rubs people the wrong way, because when they're engaging in these conversations, they want to matter in that moment. And their opinion is valid. And I'm not going to be validating everybody's emotions. It's too exhausting. I'm not even going to lie. It's too exhausting. I don't care how you feel. I'm going to say what I say, and you can like it and disagree with it, and we can have that conversation. But if you begin to get crazy with me, or if you're a man and you want to start yelling at me, on social media, I'm surrounded by plenty of men who will jump in and be like, hey, you can't talk to her that way, And even as far as when I host my own live, my moderators will just take over and I'll just sit there. And then I'll tell one of these I do is I speak on submission. And then I'll be like, you see, this is why submission is beautiful, because it comes with protection. And I tie it back around to that because I know depending on the topic, I know what the purpose is of it. And I always go back to it. So you have to be paying attention to the conversation and then not willing to answer some things. So I'll end there.
All right. Let me play some more of this clip.
Yes, but I also let them know to be aware. Mm-hmm. Just like right now, I'm aware. I wouldn't walk in here with my own shooter if I wasn't aware. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the mentality you have to have. It's the reason we have life insurance. You have to be prepared. You don't want these things to happen, and you're not even expecting these things to happen. You're just, I guess, prepared if they do. Mm-hmm. But imagine if we had to wake up every day and just not trust anybody.
I mean, that would be really isolating. But
you're kind of doing that with the men.
No.
You started it off by saying, fuck niggas, get money. That's basically what you said. You was like, I don't want to be with nobody.
No, it's not that. I'll be completely honest. It has nothing to do with me not wanting to be with anybody right now at this particular stage in my life because of this massive career transition and spiritual transition. I'm having what I now understand as a spiritual awakening. And it has been so powerful that I don't think anybody needs to be there for at this moment. I need to be here with myself and integrating everything that I've learned, you know, in a very short amount of time, especially at the retreat that I went to in Mexico. I'm at a point in my life where so much new information is being downloaded from source. I don't have anything to give to anybody right now because I'm still receiving.
I understand.
And that's literally it. Like, do I have hope or a belief that there's the imperfectly perfect one out there for me? The source knows. I don't. I trust that they've got my best interests. But I don't think that I put a whole lot of importance on that. And I'll tell you why. I think that after a certain age, read perimenopause, women start to really take stock of their life. And I think also in this decade of life, the 40s, you really start to think about the meaning of life and also how meaningful your life is, and changes that you want to make, because also you're thinking about legacy and, you know, and just what impact or what what mark you want to leave on people, the world, whatever the case is. But I think what also happens to women at this point in time, because we are conditioned to be such people pleasers, and conditioned to center men, everything else about our lives is accessory. The goal is to get a man, get claimed by a man. And by the time you hit this decade of life, women start looking around and be like, what did that get me? And not to say that there's not women who are like in very happy relationships and happy marriages and stuff like that. I'm pushing that aside. Let's just say that you're in my particular situation, or let's just say that you've been on a long-term marriage and haven't been happy for a really, really long time. And you think that the best thing would be to split apart. Women are in this decade, we start to really kind of analyze, what does life look like when we decenter men? And I want men to understand that that does not mean that we don't love you or want to have you in our lives, but it's just this, it's radical self-acceptance. And the world and society teaches women to never accept yourself, that there's always room for improvement. That's why the self-help section of bookstores are mainly geared towards us. For you guys, it's get rich, get fit, for the most part.
What are we thinking?
I kind of turned it off in what she was talking about, and one of the reasons I started thinking about, she said earlier that she was in a space full of misogynistic men and it can kind of bleed over. And I was wondering, from a female perspective, if you're gonna be around men, how much protection is reasonable in regards to these conversations? Because like that was a pretty popular show that she was on, right? And I saw how she probably didn't get her full thoughts off, or she like that she was being silenced to some degree because she wouldn't feel comfortable speaking. And I seen women kind of be on panels feel that same way, where they don't feel comfortable getting all their shit off. But it's a weird place to be in, because you don't want to hinder the conversation by jumping in like, hey, don't say that to so-and-so, because chance to defend themselves and argue they thought out, because they're not actually getting hands put on them. But and how much of that is what she's assigning to men being terrible people, just them conversations versus like actual, you know what I'm saying? Does it make sense what I'm saying, True? You get where I'm going with this?
I picked up the first part when you were talking about maybe being overshadowed by the masculinity, because I know she was on the Joe Budden podcast or something, right? Like she was a host.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I definitely get that.
Yeah, that's a pretty popular podcast.
Yeah. Now, most of the time when she was talking, Melyssa Ford just proved to me that she's not good at multitasking. That's the basis of what I gathered. She tried to sound, in my opinion, edified, elevated, but yo, nah, I don't get this narrative that, and I'm not a woman, so forgive me. I don't believe there's a time. I think pursuit, you attract. And it's like, if you want to get fit, you'll get fit. If you want to find a home, you're going to look at Zillow and, you know, all those different things. If you want a relationship, it is literally the same thing. So this idea that go ahead, Mark.
No, I want to come right after you. Right after you.
So this idea that I hear, especially like her, who mess up and just won't say, I dropped the ball. Like, I just wasn't good at this. I wasn't good at navigating relationships. I wasn't good at picking. They always try to make it seem like now I need to align with chakras and spirituality, and I need to isolate myself and fortify myself to be ready. Chick, if you not ready, in my opinion, at this point, you're just not. That's not important to you. And her speech and her actions coincide with that. She's showing Melyssa is important. Decentering men is also important. She does not want to be in a relationship. She never has spoken about it positively. So I think her mic needs to be silenced, because she continues to spew the same thing and giving it to women like it's an okay idea. I don't think so. And I land.
So how much of that do you think is you? All right. So, you know, there's certain situations that some people will never be in, right? Like you will never find yourself in a gang shootout, right? It's just certain things you'll see that shit coming a mile away and avoid people that do certain things. So you'll be so the men that she possibly could have great relationships, she might be signaling things that they can see from a mile away and be like, you know what, I'm gonna pass on that. You live a lifestyle that's not conducive to anything. So she'll never be in a situation, or it's rare she would be in a situation with the men that she would actually have the positive relationships with to grow through. Because thinking back on being a man in your 20s, 30s, and your girlfriend is a video vixen and she getting paid hundreds or thousands of dollars to go get naked for rappers, I don't see a man really flocking to that. No matter how attractive or cool she is, most men will have a problem with how you making your money like that. That she would want a long-term relationship. I don't know. I just feel like some of the issues that she may be experiencing, like you said, it's based off not being able to attract the thing that is necessary, based off of how you repel people. And it can be done silently. You don't even know that you're repelling people. And they just picking up on things like, oh yeah, I would never. Like, I'm sure it's things people do, you're like, oh, I would never. They don't know you thinking that, but it instantly repels you, and you give them the stiff arm, men and women. And you like, oh no, I see how your mind works. And the person doesn't what they're doing, that's the problem. And then if somebody does try and tell them they're such a one-off, that they'll just assume that person is hating or don't know what they're talking about. And then they just stuck in that perpetual cycle.
So, personally, so a lot of men have a negative reaction when women say decenter men. And I get it. I get why they have the negative reaction, because it is how some women think about decentering men. But she's right. When you get to this part of your life, you start to kind of reflect, and you start to kind of weigh what's important and what's not important. That's how I came to those conclusions that I was speaking of earlier. A part of my growth was decentering men. And the way I did it, when I'm talking to a man, everything, like, I'll drop what I got going on to help. I'm always like there. He said he need me, I'm there every single time. And in the past, sometimes to the detriment of what I have going on, I'll drop my friends. Like, I won't hang out with them because he wants to hang out with me. And also, once I kind of got older and I saw that my friends were still there, but those men weren't. I have a lot going on with my business and all of the things that I want to do. That's still here. That man is not. So I learned to balance everything and not necessarily make that man the center of everything that's going on. Because I lost a part of who I was in those long-term relationships and in my marriage. So I had to figure out how to balance things and not necessarily say my life is going to be all about me and it's not going to be about no man. It's not that. You have to, that man has to be a puzzle piece. He does have to fit in because there are parts of your life that were there before he got there. But you have to make room for that man to fit in your life. Like you have to make that. But he does not have to be the whole thing. If that makes any sense.
That's why I said, I'm sorry, RJ, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. You can respond. Go ahead.
That's why this not to you, Bo, but thank you, because that gives me further perspective. This what I hear sometimes, my reaction to decentering of men, I hope it didn't come across necessarily like I'm aggravated. I guess I don't understand. Typically, from the perception of being a man, and men on this panel can hopefully confirm or deny, we don't typically look at y'all the same way. We know how to compartmentalize. I know Marcus, that's his word, and that's true. You guys fit in the pursuit, but somehow, some way, what I'm learning is that it just seems like women struggle to like y'all don't know how to chew gum and walk at the same time. Like there's something that should be able to occur, that a relationship with a man that you value, love, and is healthy and all those things, right? Your losing self, I don't personally understand that. Your relationships that you decide to place as secondary, I think that's where women are not good at. They decide to reposition what they at one point valued, and now that this man is in the way or in your life, now that's more value. That's not the man's fault. That's your fault. I say it a lot of times that the mighty P's, like if you put pussy and penis in any equation, things is gonna shift around. That just happens, right? So yeah, it just seems like women aren't good at multitasking. That's what I see. And I think that they do a hard overcorrection. Like you said, my friends was there, but the man ain't there. Well, there should be a skill set to learn how to nurture both, chew gum and walk at the same time. And I learned.
Right. So
I think that's hard to do because the woman has to buy into a man's program. So they're not really able to juggle both those things and fully submit. It's like a conundrum they run into, because if a man wants full submission from you and you want to be with him, you would have to concede some of that, which is what would force you to lose yourself in some sense. If it's not the right type of person, maybe that could be a flag that she's looking for. Does he help maintain relationship outside of him? So I still am centered in a way. But one of the greatest things about women, in my opinion, is their ability to mold and conform to the situation at hand with whatever man they choose to be with or whatever relationship they be with. So I wouldn't penalize them for it too at the same time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I gather that. I think what typically this is just my take on it, right? I think most people live their life in a duality. Single you and relationship you look different, because typically, in my opinion, if you got things that are beneficial in your life, they don't need to change when you get in a relationship. The only things that you typically alter and change are things that don't aid to your relationship or aid to yourself or aid to your progress. So basically, example, maybe a strip club is a single man's thing, maybe not a married man's thing, right? And I think it's the same thing with friendships. If your friendships is toxic and you out drinking till 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning, well, you shouldn't be doing that even single if you have the forecast of being in a relationship, in my opinion, because now the whole conversion is going to be a lot more difficult. They're not conducive to the relationship. That's, again, just my opinion.
I think that a friendship, it don't necessarily have to be something that's not conducive, but maybe their friends are, like, a lot of women are very needy as friends. You know, as guys, like we typically we don't gotta talk to each other every day. We don't gotta. If I don't come to your birthday party, you ain't gonna give a fuck. You probably ain't gonna have a birthday party. Girls, they got birthday parties, they got birthday dinners, they got all this extra stuff that come with being a friend. Like you gotta be they support, like they almost like what they meant, what your man is supposed to do. Women want their friends to do those things. So their friendships take a lot. Unlike us, where it's like, yo, I hit you, you know, we talk when we talk, you know. Um, so it just might be a situation where that in general, you know, her giving all of that to a friend, and women absorb people's fucking drama and energy. Um, like you know, they friends start telling them something. Now your girl over there in the corner, like, what we about? What are you talking about? Sit your ass down. You ain't about to do nothing. Like, like they absorbing the girl in it, you know, they friend energy in a situation. They start telling you the story like they was actually there. You wasn't even there. So, you know, I think when female friendships are very it's a lot. It's a lot.
I wanted to give a different fr- well from what because what I heard I like what Bo said from her perspective and so from but I want to give a different perspective from the sense of when I hear Melissa Ford and what she said right um and desensitizing man it sounds like a angry acceptance right to where it's like because I've seen a lot of women and heard a lot of women like her that gets to a place in their life where they just they just can't win, right? They can't get the man that they want or that they desire. So it becomes a angry acceptance. Like, you know what? Now I'm just gonna focus on me. But I'm gonna do it in an angry way where I go around letting women know, yes, desensitize these men. You don't need them. Leave them alone. Don't trust them because I was unsuccessful. I know you are unsuccessful. So yeah, F them. Fuck them. We don't need them. And so I think that's what I'm seeing, that other side that I'm seeing from her, where it's like an angry just acceptance. Like she has no choice but to accept that she, at the age that she is, might not just actually get that romantic love that she desires. And so I think that's why because I always listen to, I'm really big on like choice of words that people use. I think it's very important. So that's what when I'm listening to the things she say, I hear a lot of contradicting. I hear a lot of anger. Even if she's saying it pleasant, it just sounds like a lot of disappointing, anger, and just again acceptance of like, you know what it is, what it is. I don't care. Fuck it. I don't want you anyway. That type of energy, if that makes sense.
I don't think it's acceptance. I think it's like a way to take power back, something like that. But I don't think it's acceptance. Like I don't think she's accepted it.
Okay, I can see that. I can see what you're saying. She's still like bothered by it, but it's her trying to tell herself in the sense of like you said, you know, like you grabbing that power back. So I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
And I think that I see why her and any woman in her position would feel that way. And that's why I think it's like it's very positive if men are able to have conversations and show them like the other side of it. You know, like a lot of women don't get to see the other side. They don't get to see men who are masculine, but at the same time want to listen to what you have to say and want to talk about it. So I think it's good that they kind of get this because like she named them podcasts. I think I don't like none of them dudes. Like, you know, I think that she just named people who agree with this type of shit she be talking about. Um, but I think there's another side, men who are masculine and they got everything that you're looking for, but at the same time have the things that you thought men like that didn't also have. That you going to the men on the other side, you want to the soft men, because you think it's safer over there, but it's men on the other side that got that and it's safe with them. So I think they need to kind of, we need to have these conversations.
Is this when you become an omega level nigga? Real dope. This is what make you the omega level nigga.
Yeah, well, if you can yeah, if you
hear
can,
what they say, you omega with the shit.
yeah, you different if you got all of that. Like, if you if you Future and Russell Wilson, you know the girls they want Future. They just want the Russell Wilson. They want Russell Wilson. They want Future to be Russell Wilson. That's what they want. They want them both.
But that could be the
No, we
same.
don't.
Sorry.
Pearl disagreed, man. She said, no, they don't.
I think she might be just disagreeing with the guy I'm talking about, but it's probably a guy that I could switch Future out with, and she'd be like, all right, yeah.
It doesn't matter who you switch out. It's the behavior that I don't condone. I don't want somebody like him. He's emotionally unavailable. He's immature. He's not responsible.
I said you gotta mix him with Russell Wilson.
I would just pick a Russell Wilson.
He was just
I don't want a Future.
Pearl. He just saying somebody with the appeal that keep you sexually attracted and not bored. That's also going to emotionally be there for you, provide security, listen to you, while like making you really feel wanted and like a woman that's alive. He's saying that they're gonna hit all the parameters from every angle. And
how are you all saying and concluding that Russell is not doing that? How are you?
We're not talking about neither one of them. I took it off of them. I took it off of them.
It's just
we took it off of them.
It's just a comparison between those two. Like a real woman wants a Russell Wilson. We don't want a Future. Like I know a lot of women experience Future, and I get it. Like, oh yeah, fuck boy. Like they want them, and there's some sort of attraction to them. But those are not.
Miss Pearl, you know why? You know why I disagree with you?
Y'all know that already. Those not the women that y'all would necessarily wife up. Those are just like play toys, right? The women y'all categorize just to have fun. Like we're not talking about them. Like real women, someone that's going to marry them. Like, well, shut up.
Why y'all bring us down?
Why y'all keep saying that? We don't want Future. God.
But Miss Pearl, you know why? You know why I disagree with you? Because it's the same thing with men, right? We want. You know, we would love Megan Thee Stallion and whoever is a nice lady who's wholesome to be put together, right? If we can mix them two, if we can mix her looks and her body with a woman who has all the characteristics that we're looking for and the sexual history that we're looking for, whatever these guys are looking for, hell yeah, they take the attractive woman with all of that, and, you know, and who, yeah, like
often than they don't. But I hear you.
What you say?
They exist though, a lot.
No.
Way
Listen,
more often.
You ain't got to tell me. You ain't got to tell me. But I'm saying that like that's what.
Are you saying women like chaos?
No, I'm saying that women want a man who is, you know, who has the right amount of dominance that they're looking for, right? But at the same time can communicate to them and is a real leader, not just somebody who wants to be in charge, but somebody who wants to take accountability for them and responsibility for them. But at the same time, they're attracted to him. At the same time, he's respected by other men. You know, other women obviously will want this guy. It's just, you know, this is just going to happen, you know, and hopefully they want a man that's successful financially too. You know, a lot of women might like Bo. Bo might say, oh, I'll take a guy that's 5'9". I don't care. But, you know, she know damn well she want a nigga that's 6'5" if she can get everything she want in that package. Hell yeah.
First of all, so Future physically is terrible. But what I will say is that's the part of that sort of like renegotiating what's important when you get older. Like if I was younger, I would agree with you, right? Like you would want all of that, like you would want the lure of like who people think Future is, but you would want Russell Wilson's character and all of the things under the surface, right? Yes, I wanted all of that when I was a young girl. As an older woman, I look at Future and I could not care less about how he looks, because he is highly unattractive. Everything that Future on the surface is unattractive, objectively, to me. But even if he was attractive, his integrity and his character and everything that he portrays in the media and how he treats Sierra, his kid, whatever, all of the things about him makes him unattractive, even if he were. we can sit, and I'm gonna use you for an example, Mont, since all the ladies in the chat love you. They think you're real fine.
I'm a nice guy.
We can slap Mont face on Future, right? Tall, attractive, whatever. And then we can give Mont Future's characteristics. When I tell you I would walk away as if you never existed, I couldn't care less that you tall and attractive. You're trash. Like, you are garbage can juice. And so women, when they get to my age, we have renegotiated. We have realized what is actually important in life. And so, sure, you'll take perfect if you can get it, but we know that it is not. It is not. It doesn't exist. So, yes, you take your must-haves and you're happy with that. Not that you're settling for it. You're actually happy because that person has fulfilled your must-haves.
Mhm.
That's what makes you happy, not the superficial stuff at this point in life.
Well, true. Real quick, are you catching how everybody's just ignoring the Russell Wilson part? Like, they taking Future and they keeping the characteristics that Future have, and they keeping everything that he represents, and they not swapping it out with what Russell represents.
You know
Like,
what?
why y'all not doing that?
I'll get it to you. Hold on. I'm going to give it to you, right? Let's focus on Russell Wilson. He's not a bad looking guy. He's not short, right? I don't know what his demeanor is because he doesn't say anything. He's not outward in the media. He just doesn't present himself as this extrovert. So like, we don't see a lot of that. And I find that highly attractive, actually, because you don't know who that man is for real. People are making up a lot of things about him, and he's not giving it any energy. Just like, what's the baby name? Steph Curry.
But
He
I
does
will,
not give a lot of that any energy. I
point of
love the
information.
man. Huh?
Point of information. You are wrong. He does talk. He does talk quite often, and people have attributed him to being corny because he talks. And when he talks, they just consider him to be a corny guy.
How is he corny? I've never seen him say anything corny.
So like when he was kind of like when he got sent to the new team and he came over and he did this let's ride thing, he got criticized. Everything he said, everybody was like, yo, that shit is so corny. Like, what are you talking? Like, every time he talks.
I don't like this narrative. I'm gonna tell you why. It's like when, okay, I'd attribute most women to being like celebrities at their peak or their uprise, right? When they're on their uprise, they're selling out the crypto stadium. They selling out, they on tour, people paying thousands of dollars to see them. Then on their decline, when nobody's playing their music and no paparazzi ain't following them, now they performing at the local like senior citizens, situation, or like some knockoff high school, right? And then and only then do they appreciate their career and their talent, and they appreciate what now is important in life, But before, it didn't matter because they were selling out arenas. Like, I hate that narrative, man. It's like, why is it that it takes so long? And then I'm also saying to this point, and I hope I'm not contradicting my initial point, I don't think women are like that, in my opinion. I think women always like the Russell Wilson. I think what happens, because we're talking about our community has this attraction to caricatures. We have attraction to like boom, bow, bam. Because the reality is, when you look at most married people, they're not married to people that got plugs and a bunch of tattoos and all that. The dude ain't an ex-gangster. He didn't slang. He didn't do none of that. He was normal. He went to school. He graduated. He got a job. He worked at the plant. That's typical. However, somehow, some way, in our community, we have this story behind how, well, girl, he gotta just do it for me. Then when you ask the heifer, what does he do for you? She can't even explain it. That's how stupid it is, because it's not like quantifiable. That's a girl. Women always want the dependable dude when she 18, 22, 25. I need women to be honest about that. That I'm not mature enough to grow up and understand. So yeah, I go through a conversion. Like I'm a declining artist now. I sell out high schools. I'm no longer the headliner. I'll land.
To be fair though, you're right. Okay.
I don't think he is.
I think it is the need to it's the need to like satisfy what everybody else likes, right? So like my man got to look this way so I can gain the approval of like the people that are around, my friends or whatever. So yes, it's what's popular. But deep down, yes, we always wanted the Russell Wilson. We always wanted them to treat us right. Unfortunately, the men that like gain the approval of your peers are not those men that treat you like that. So
Thank
you're
you,
not wrong. Yeah.
Oh,
I
true.
appreciate you.
Yeah. No, you're
Thank
definitely
you.
not wrong. So
I'll tell you why I
I
think
will
you're wrong.
agree with you there.
I'll tell you why I think you're wrong, True, right? I've been to several high schools, right? I've been to a really, really bad white high school in the inner city. I've been to a decent school in the suburbs, right? I've been to both of them. And in both of those schools, right, the popular guys are never just the guys who are just intelligent, right? The guys, that that all the girls want. They want that guy that peaks early, they want the six pack, the one that's cool, charismatic. It don't matter where you are. He doesn't have to have tattoos and stuff like that. Even though the ones who often have the tattoos and is willing to take risk early it's attractive to women, and I get it. It makes perfect sense why it would be attractive. There's a masculinity to it, but I don't buy that the women wanted the Russell Wilson early on. I don't buy that at all. Some of them do, right? Because a lot of women understand when they're average, right? Even though we like to say they don't, but a lot of women do understand when they're average. And even though they might be like, oh, look at that guy, he's so attractive, but I ain't, he don't want no girl like me. A lot of them understand that. They like, he don't want no girl like me, and they go and they end up with average guys like in their high school in their hometown, and they end up living their life, and they're not worried about future and all those type of guys. But the girls who are the upper echelon inside of the school, they're dating all of the popular, the attractive guys, the athletes. Like they're getting who they want, right? The athlete, those guys get to pick who they want. And if they gave an average girl attention, she'd be like, "Oh my God, you like me?" Like, yeah, they would. Yeah.
I think you missed the part where I said I know amongst each other we're talking about predominantly our community. I utilize our community, for example, that in my opinion, because I've been in several different exchanges, multitude of cultures, multitude of different demographics. I personally believe, and Bo even admitted this, most women want the Russell. I'm speaking from, okay, I don't think our community understands that there's a lot of us that can't get girls that are actually quality, that are good women, that come from good freaking families. So we depict that value is, ooh, that's not getting women. Like having them like gawk at you, having them like chat about you. No, because there's girls that men that are the future can't touch. And I don't think guys understand that in our community, because the way we interact with each other on a relational perspective is not the norm. That's just not normal. Like there's protection. There's some people you can't get to because their family is strong. Mm-hmm. And I get what you're saying, Mont, that there is an attraction, a peak level of what girls, young females, may find interesting. But if we're doing this correctly, most of the girls also, if they're being raised correctly and protected correctly, understand that that's not permissible. I wouldn't even entertain it. It wouldn't go nowhere.
I want you to give me the percentage of women who you think are raised correctly, right, with extremely strong fathers who are controlling who they would allow them to date and who they won't allow them to date. What percentage do you think across all America?
I would say it's about 55-45.
You think 55% of the women in America, the men are so strong in that family and they have such a grasp on that family that my girl can't bring home who I don't want her to bring home.
We talking about America that is
America,
heavily dominated by people who don't look like us, right?
white people, all of that.
Yeah, 55, 45, easy. That
I would argue it's less than 20% of fathers who have that type of control that's going to control who their daughter is bringing home.
I'll tell you why, because even when I bring up the concept of how relationships are supposed to be built, most people that I've seen on these panels don't even understand that you don't get married without the assistance of the family. We still talk about relationships like it's just us. We talk about it like I ain't having a conversation with your father or your mother or your grandfather, because in most times that we meet each other getting together, they are putting together our relationship and assisting. That's why people get houses and weddings and honeymoons. How many people you know got married and actually went on a honeymoon? Not to Vegas, not to Oklahoma, but like to Greece. How many people do you know?
I don't know a ton of people.
I'm sure, because in our community, we look at relationships like high school, and that's not most people. The average wedding in America is $35,000, $40,000. Most people make that in a year. So how is that possible? Is statistically, most people who are getting married spend $35,000, $40,000, and the average income in our community is $35,000, $40,000, $50,000. So that's why I think it's more prominent than we want to give it credit for. We isolate ourselves a lot because we think we are the standard, or we're not.
I think it's the opposite of what you're saying. I think when you talk about this, I think you're operating as if the majority of people in America are these well-off people who are doing well and have these tight-knit families and have trust where everything is in order. And I think that's the minority still. Like, I think even I think there's a lot of white people. You know, they say more white people on food stamps than black people. Sure. Like, there are a lot of white dysfunctional families. And even when I went to a suburban school, right? Most of that suburban school, 75% of it was just blue collar people, blue collar white people who they lived in a small community, but at the same time, like they just were regular people. It wasn't like a rich high school. It was just a suburban high school. And most of those families, if their daughter brought home a guy, those people were very they were very understanding. You know, like a lot of these kids get strung out on drugs and they kind of go through this little phase and then they kind of adjust, but they're not as strict as we think they are, where their kids aren't fucking on people they don't want them to fuck on, and they not doing drugs they don't want them to use, and they not drinking and sneaking out and doing all these extra things. Like they having a fun.
I think you're interjecting. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I was gonna co-sign with mine saying, because I think we might look at our like the hypersexualized, hyper machismo version of what we are and say that that's just isolated to our culture. But if you go to the white culture, the American Pie white boys is the same version. It's a white version of the black man who gonna get it, the gangster, the rogue, the preacher, and it's like one other. That archetype across culture works. So you will get the cool white boys who go be the heartthrob for all these white girls. What's Buddy the Fonz? You know what I'm saying? It's not just Andy Cleaver and the most straight-laced white guy is gonna always win because he has a career in the future and all those eventually. But until they get older, the same way kind of with us, and cool and attraction ain't really the key aspect. All these communities, the Yakuza, like all type of different communities have that same aspect of men who gonna successfully be able to attract a multitude of women. I don't think we can hyperfixate to say just because we backwards, or I don't think so.
That's not my argument. I agree with you. I think that the biggest separation is that you use TV. That is true, but most of the time the young ladies are not living their life from TV. Like, they have real life examples. So I get what you're saying. That's the difference. That's what I see. I could be wrong. this is from my anecdotal as well as practical. Like, go ahead.
Right. I could be wrong too. I will use TV as a depiction that we all be familiar with because we don't know the same people. But the archetype in college, the same dudes that was popping on the black side, same dudes that the white dude was popping on the white side, like in the Hispanic side. It's like the archetype of men that universally, and those groups of men can go like interracial with it. They don't just got to stay with amongst their group. It'd be the same white dudes that come over could get a black girl if they wanted to. They can get a Hispanic girl. Like same with the black guys. They can go get a white girl if they want to. They can. So what I'm saying is that archetype is attractive across the board to real dope point. Until you get to be 30 or have children, 35 or have children, and then you got to figure out, you know, somebody you're gonna spend your life with. And then it kind of changes. That's my perspective. I could be wrong though.
And true, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that in other cultures, and I want to use white people, you're saying that in these cultures, en masse, the majority of these women aren't actually attracted to the guy with all of the traits that we think women look for in our community, like being tall, being good looking, probably being a little bit of a player because he has a ton of options. He don't got to be a drug dealer and all that type of stuff, but let's say he's an athlete. He's an athlete in high school. You think that the majority of the women in that school, if they had the opportunity, would not be willing to be in a relationship with him because they know that, my dad ain't going for that.
I think that's sometimes we think that our perception on the way other nationalities commingle is like us, and it's not. There's girls that Future could not get, even if famous.
Let's take Future out of it. Can I use somebody else?
Okay, well,
I based mine off. I went to a PWI.
Okay,
I just want to take Future out. You just use a professional athlete, use a basketball player or something.
Man, you put me on the spot. I don't be following sports like that. I'm going just from the standpoint of the archetype, Future as the archetype. So not Future, but a future like, right? His type doesn't work.
Iverson.
Huh?
Understand what a future like. What I mean by a future like, though. What I mean by a future like is just a guy who gets a lot of women, and he is like a professional. He has his pick of the litter. Like he tall. He got the traits you're looking for. Yeah.
That's not a universal archetype amongst relationships that matter. Not sex and getting bent over. That's why.
The why? What's the why there?
What is the why?
Why is he don't want to be in a relationship?
No, I don't
because
think that's
not a lot of those dudes for one.
Well, that's one, but I think that overwhelmingly, again, this is why it's hard. Most of the time, you're talking about healthy. I'm talking about healthy relationships, healthy families. This stuff does not occur, bro. Like Stephen Diggs, perfect example. That's considered clown-like behavior. That just doesn't occur amongst men that have pride about their lineage and their family and all those things. Leonardo DiCaprio, cool. Yeah, Leo been dating and doing his thing, banging, whatever. But I don't even know if Leo's a good example. Like he's a one-off. That's not typical.
True.
Charlie Sheen. What's his name?
This one.
Okay. Let's take that. Those are still uncommon. We're gonna keep it on our community.
Yeah.
We're trying to make the uncommon common. Leonardo's uncommon. Charlie Sheen is an uncommon. When you look at their demographic, that's not normal. We try to make the opposite normal.
What we were saying is the archetype is what is the thing. So it may not be that one specific person, but it's an archetype cross-culturally that wins in all facets. That was the initial point.
Yeah.
True.
If you took Russell Wilson, right, and you mixed his values and characteristics and put him in Stefon Diggs, do you think Stefon Diggs would be women's first choice?
No. We're talking women, all women? No.
No, the vast majority of women, 95%. So you think if you mixed Russell Wilson's values, right, Christian man, all of these type of things, and you mixed it with like a cool guy who's, he's attractive, he's in shape, he knows how to dress, he's fun. If you mix those two things, you think that women wouldn't go for that because they prefer? You think women wouldn't go for that?
I think women typically are more reflective than we want to give them credit for. And because most women are not cool and swaggy and stand out like that, you use the example of the upper echelons of women will go for those guys. Again, you're isolating a small pool. I just don't see that to be true, man. Like watching women and what they pick, they're with regular dudes more often than not. This is just what it is.
So my
they with them because
Yeah, I think regular women are with regular dudes because that's what they qualify for. They and they don't want to end up like a a single mom because of the characteristics and the values of the future. They don't want
So
they're making a smart decision.
so you're
But
proving
if
that
you
Hold
you're
on,
yeah,
but that goes to the true point.
but look,
You just
if you, no, because I gotta finish though. No, I gotta finish it. Look now, but if they took and they removed those characteristics and values from that future, and they switched it with Russell Wilson's, hell fucking yeah, they would love that. Bo will tell you that because Bo told us about when she was younger, she used to go for guys like that. And if Bo dated that guy when she was younger, but his values were Russell Wilson's values, Bo would be married and snatched up right now to that same guy.
That's
so.
what
All
he
right,
did.
to bring the point back. So,
What did
not
Russell
just-
what Russell Williams value? You said Russell Wilson's values.
Yeah.
Or are you talking about his spiritual, religious values?
All of that. So he's a family man. He's not really he's not, you don't see him liking girls' pictures. We don't really see him,
How do you know that Bo haven't run into a man who dealt with a man who wasn't liking pictures?
Oh, I never said that. No,
You said the type of guy that Russell Wilson is. How do you even know Russell Wilson ain't liking nobody pictures?
No. So all right. Let's.
I can show you a picture. Of my wife at 22. Russell Wilson was all up under that motherfucker.
Let's at least clear up what I said. All right. So I said that if Bo, the guy that Bo dated when she was younger, that she wanted for superficial reasons, right? If you took him and you added the values of Russell Wilson, I think they would be still together today. That's what I was saying. And you're saying that what are the values of Russell Wilson and how do I know him? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
he was trying to
I'm saying perhaps maybe Bo did run into a guy that had actually married a guy that had Russell Williams values.
With everything else that the women are looking for, like the height and all the things and the money and everything.
I don't know what the height and the money look like, but we're talking about his values.
Well, that's a key. That's the distinction. So my point was, if you took a future-like figure, right? Let's say a professional athlete, and you mixed him.
Well, if you add the money, the income from a professional athlete, all of them are gone.
Yeah,
it's not just a Bo. All of them are going. Fuck the values. It's the lifestyle. Why are we playing around?
Well, that's contrary to what True was saying. So True's point is that women actually give them more credit that they do want character and they do look for character and these other type of things.
We're not saying that they don't look for character. Don't get it twisted. But we're not making it seem like they're gonna absolve the whole relationship if they don't have character. If they, let's say they showing up in the income level, they have the money. They would take a hit. They would take a hit on the character.
Yeah, I would say that because I think that sometimes
you said they won't.
I think that we're conflating things. My overarching point was that we do this a lot, and it's great that we can rock with it. Future is not he's not cross applicable. We talking about women. We're not just talking about black women. We're talking about women because both Mont said America, and America is not dominated by us. And this is why I say it's hard, in my opinion, to have these conversations sometimes because our exposure level is very limited. All you got to do is observe people who hook up and who end up in relationships and talk to women from the time they're 18 to 30. Like that's why I'm saying I know good women that they wouldn't even bother. A dude like a Future could try his best.
I see what you did. You took your anecdotal experience, the proximity of people that you are able to run into, and you extrapolated that and generalized that on most women. Where I think me and Mon are having a different argument than you. You're talking about your experience of what you are able to connect with or approximate to as far as people in your surroundings versus the general consensus of how women operate.
I'm looking at the general consensus of how women operate.
You just said all you had to do was go around these people. That's an anecdote.
I'm saying collecting data. Yes, some people do need anecdotal.
So you want me and Mont to go out here and go around people to collect data to substantiate that most women are not going to choose a nigga for his bag.
No, you're having a different argument.
No, that's not.
I never said anything about money. I never said anything about money. Like not once, actually.
You don't know that you're not saying anything about money. When you mention pro athlete, then you
I
by
didn't
default.
mention pro athlete. Not mention pro athlete. I never did that.
I'm a
Future very consistent in what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I'm going to reiterate it again if my mic is not coming through clear, right? Most women that are good and decent, that are in healthy environments, that unfortunately a lot of us don't seem to be able to interact with because of our proximity and anecdotal experience, would not bother with the future. He wouldn't even show up on their radar. But this is contrary to what most of we think, because we just assume that that's we going, like, because the women we interact with.
Yeah, you said most women who are good and decent. But then you gotta now we gotta look at how many number of those of women, period, are actually good and decent.
We don't have to look at that. He asked him that already. He said about 55% of the
what? That's critical. You said 55% of women are good and decent.
This whole conversation is this. You're basing it off who they end up with in the end versus who that they went for in the beginning. And the person they went for in the beginning is usually who they actually wanted and then realized it was not sustainable, was my point. And he was saying if you throw in the sustainability of the person they actually wanted, never would break up. So it may seem like all the women I know, this good women end up with this caliber, this type of man, but really they actually was creeping or wanted something else, but realized, you know what, it's no longevity in this for me. But that don't mean that's not what she wanted. That's just what she had to settle for.
But did y'all come to a consensus prior to me coming here saying that most women, 50% or whatever number it is, are good and
So Darwin, this is what I asked True. I asked him because he said that he thinks that I asked him, I said, so out of all of the families in America, the fathers in America, what percentage of fathers do you think have such a handle on their family that they're controlling who their daughter brings home or not? And he said about 55% of those families and fathers, whatever, he thinks have the type of control that if their daughter brings home a man that he don't like, he'd be like, yo, no, he not the one. And she'll
give more context though. What else did I back it with? I also backed it with the fact that most marriages that do happen, people spend about 35, 40,000 on average. So if we just take that number and that's that, how is that happen? How is that happening frequently without that also 55% maybe possibly being more consistent than inconsistent?
I get what y'all did, but the numbers is really fucked up because you're talking about 50% of the 50% of fathers that are actually in the life. So, like, for example, if let's just say in a specific demographic, only 20% of the fathers are present, you're talking about 50% of the 20%.
What demographic? Because you have to be very specific.
That's just an example. It's not anything the truth coming from it, but for example, this is just an example of how the numbers are fucked up. Because and then you made another statement. You said of the good of the women that are good and obedient, or whatever word you said. We have to first fixate on that number. How many out of all the women, if you want to look at all the women in the West, and if you want to look at the Western population, on a percentage or from scale from 0 to 10, how many of those women are actually good and decent?
I don't know many fathers that are raising their daughters that are allowing just any man to come into their life and him supporting the relationship.
We could say that we can just hypothetically say 100% of fathers are not raising them, but that still is, the numbers are still wrong, because how many fathers are actually raising their daughter?
That's not my argument though, Darwin. My argument, again, I don't know
because what I'm saying is it wouldn't even matter if 10% of the fathers are raising their daughters 100% of the time to make a optimal selective choice, but that little 10% is a drop in the bucket. So it wouldn't even matter on a grand scale of things. You get what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying. I just don't think that we're having the same discussion. My overarching point was that, again, I'm going to say this one more time. Sometimes when I'm on these panels and I even listen, brothers have a very skewed perspective of what happens in the real world. And I think that we think that we're very applicable across demographic. Most brothers can't even date out of the community if they're not developed or they're not, they don't have a wide perspective, which is the reason why they typically, if you look at the track record of whom they date, those women are consistently the same in development or lack thereof. So I'm saying that I know it may sound foreign, but someone like a Future can't just go dating across a multitude of women. And I'm not talking about his celebrity. I'm talking about his archetype.
What is his archetype?
He's a nigga. That's his archetype.
Is that how you define an archetype?
No, but we define it. No, true. That's where you might be. We define his archetype as the cool, swagged out version, with whatever ethnicity that is. So that's the popping white dude, the popping Asian dude, the popping Hispanic dude, the dude that's gonna have a multitude of women and probably dated a large percentage of the girls that he wanted to. And we're saying the university that carries the trait.
Would you say that a Brad Pitt is like a Future?
Yes. That would be a white version of that.
Okay.
So you're talking about the charisma, the charm, all that stuff, minus the bag. You're being able to accrue options consistently across all races. You don't think Future can do that?
No. No, I do not. That's not at all. And that's why it's interesting, because you can't name the equivalent cool guy who's Asian and outside of Brad Pitt. Maybe I don't think Brad Pitt and Future are alike. They're celebrities, so we know them. That's why I'm using them as an example. But that's what I'm saying. We make it seem like a Future and then Russell Wilson, very different archetypes. That's normal across all metrics. That's not normal across all metrics. I mean, just talk to people who don't look like you. The women, even when they talk about men, they typically talk about, yeah, he may have an attractive level, but then it go deeper than that. But then you talk to our women, it is only, oh, Future, yeah, he can get it. And then it's like, that's it. Like, it's Pookie-like behavior, yo. I just don't understand.
Yeah, but you're looking at it from the angle of his current known status, his current known behavior, and all that stuff. You're evaluating it from something that's already predisposed to these women.
Stephon Diggs has 4 women pregnant right now. Do you see this occurring outside of maybe like an Elon Musk? And he's, again, a drastic exception. Do you see this happening and frequent with other men that don't look like us?
I think they don't get caught. I think they have side babies that we don't hear about. When they do get caught, because they be having morality clauses. And you seen the CEO that got fired for cheating with his secretary or whatever woman. They found him. Then Bill Gates left his wife and ended up marrying a woman that was in the cup. Like, I think those things happen, but they don't front page the ratchetness, because a lot of that stuff it reflects poorly on the business to have certain dynamics going on at a workplace. It speaks to your character morale when you need people to trust you in certain ways. But those things are happening. I just think they sweep them under the rug, and they have fixers, people that do PR to manage those. You know what I'm saying?
I want to ask Pearl a quick question. Pearl, what men are you most attracted to? If you can give me a name, who do you think? Who's you most attracted to? Give me a celebrity, whoever.
Spencer off Criminal Minds. Nah, that's who I like.
Naomi, who are you most attracted to? If you can tell me, like, who do you think is like there's the most, not somebody that you got to date, but just say if somebody just asked you like, yo, give me the guy that you find most attractive, who would you say? You're on mute, by the way, too.
I would say Shamar Moore.
Shamar Moore. Okay. If you could get Shamar Moore and you could mix him with whoever, if you could take Shamar Moore, would you change his values up at all?
No.
You think he has good values?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
How you don't know about what she think?
No, I'm not saying what I'm not telling her about what she think. I'm telling her I don't know about his values. She said she think he got good values.
What did she think?
Yeah. So I'm not telling about what she think, but I'm saying I don't know about his values.
So what would you say?
It doesn't matter for you because it's for a woman.
I'm just telling her what I think.
No. What would you say is not a good value about him?
He just come off a little freaky.
Yeah. Do you know?
Gyrate.
Do you know what he's done in his community?
He gyrate a lot.
No. Do you know what he's done in his community?
what he's done in the community?
Yeah, like and things that he's done outside of the roles that he plays in the public, outside of all of those things. But do you know everything else that he does outside of just acting?
No, I'm pretty sure he does a lot in the community. I think most people who are well off, whether they have good character or not, are going to do a lot in the community. It's just a part of the game.
He's actually a really great guy, and he's kind. Like
You
in
met him?
person, he's kind. He's genuine and kind.
You know him personally, or you met him?
I've met him.
You've met him. So was it meet and greet, or
No, it wasn't a meet and greet.
you just kind of met him in passing?
Sort of.
And you think that you meeting him in passing and him giving you a nice impression, you just makes him a good guy?
I know other people around him as well that have met him.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Bo, it's your turn, Bo. Real quick, Bo, it's your turn, Bo. Who do you find most attractive?
What's the point, though?
Don't judge me. Most deaf.
Most? Oh, he cool. Yeah, I think he cool as far as his character. He seems chill.
You making a conversation isolated to you and the women. Like, where's the direction?
Are you asking a genuine question? You gonna allow me to answer it? Are you asking me a genuine question, are you asking me a genuine question, and two, are you going to allow me to answer without interrupting me?
Did I interrupt you?
It's rude to ask a question after somebody asks a question.
It's rude to ask a question and not get an answer either.
Touche. Are you going to allow me to answer the question?
Am I impeding you from answering the question?
Yes. To answer your question, you have cut me off already. Okay, I'm going to take your silence as you agreeing. Okay, so what I was doing there in that exercise was, I believe that if these women could pick who they find most attractive, and I think they all played it safe because they knew what I was doing. So cool, it's cool though. If they could pick who they find most attractive and take that man and then interject the values of somebody else, let's say like Russell Wilson or whoever they believe to be a good man, I think they would do it in a heartbeat, because attraction matters to people. Attraction matters to human beings, whether they like to say it or not. If they could choose a taller guy, most women would choose a taller guy. If they could choose a guy who has the type of muscles that they like, they would choose that. You know, if they like a guy with tattoos, they would throw that on him too. If they could pick the perfect guy and mold him, they would pick the guy that looks like Stephon Diggs, that looks like whoever they find attractive, and they would throw the values that they want inside of him, and they would live happily ever after.
May I can I say something to this?
Hold on one thing.
Do you realize
hang on real quick. Did any of these women that you asked who they attracted to, did they throw another man's value into it?
I didn't ask them to. No, they didn't.
So your test failed.
I don't think you're understanding what I tried to do.
You said if you can ask a question for these women to pick the man they're attracted to and put another man's value into it, they would. And I'm asking you, did they do that? And you said they didn't.
I didn't ask him to do that.
Well, what's the point of saying you're making a point that any woman who can pick the man based on his charm and attraction and throw the values of another man onto him, they would do it? And then you ran a test to see if the women would do it, and they didn't do it.
Oh, I wanted them to give me an archetype, and then I was going to ask them a secondary question, but I didn't get to that with most of them.
May I comment on the topic?
Yeah,
I want to say that I believe that the attraction changed for women of men. Back in the day, I don't know why us men and black men specifically keep trying to live in the past. I think the attraction for men that women have today for men, it used to be a man that's educated, a man that worked, because she had to depend on him and had to find security within that man. But now women have gained their independence. Her attraction for men changed. That means she could pick any man she wants. So if she wants the thug, I would argue that women with money qualify for a Pookie or a thug. Why? Because a lot of you educated men not gonna let that be the determining factor of choosing that woman to be your wife just because she got a degree or because she got money. You got enough money to the point where you wouldn't need her for her money. Whereas a guy like me, I wouldn't mind using her for it. That's one. Secondly, women value now they when you ask women what do they bring to the table, they usually say money, degrees, and woo out the band, right? They more worthy to society now. They trying to placate to society. They not playing K to no man. Well, a lot of times when you hear women speaking in 2025, what they do for a man, they don't have nothing really nothing with substance that she gonna offer a man. What she gonna tell you is what she gonna offer to society. Although she's not marrying society, but that's the way their mind is set up now.
Can I ask
So
you a question?
then when you go ahead.
Based on your first point, you said a woman who earns enough, she got a degree, she got a stability, she actually qualifies for the Pookie, right?
Yeah.
Who are those women likely to choose?
A lot of times they either choose themselves or a Pookie because a lot of the upper class guys, unless that woman still know how to maintain her like a different race woman, I think a educated woman
And
would fit
what are you basing these numbers on?
wait. I think an educated woman in 2025, the only women that will qualify for educated, let's say black men, if you want an educated, successful woman, you will have to probably go to a different race of women. Black women education and success has been used to devalue her black men. So a lot of times when black women get educated and get successful, it's just a buck up against their man. Whereas other races of women, when they get their degrees, it's to build a family to put their money together. I
Well, I
guarantee
got
you,
some pushback.
if you let me land it right here, Bruiser. I guarantee you, if you ask the majority of black women who would call you a leader, that when stuff go wrong, you are to blame for it because you are the leader. I guarantee you, if you ask any one of these women with money, a lot of money, to put everything in your hands, everything in your bank account, I guarantee you these women gonna tell you hell no. Black
Yeah, I
women.
agree. So this is my
That
pushback.
goes to show you.
You're trying to get me to believe, or everybody listening to believe, that the higher the woman go up the corporate ladder, whatever, in her career endeavors, whatever stability, she becomes independent, financially stable on her own. You're saying, you're trying to persuade us that these women go back down the dating market to date the Pookies.
Yes. Because
Where's your facts at?
the reason why, just based off what I see in real life.
Okay, so it's anecdotal. Okay. I got nothing to say to that.
Okay, now Bruce, think about it. Let's start off a woman's worth. I think we need to clarify that what she's worth to a man, not what she's worth to society. So a lot of times I will argue that a woman is worth, one is her beauty, two is the energies that she has to offer a man. That's femininity, that's nurturing, that's peace, that's loving, motherly like. Lastly is her fertility. That's never going to change for men. When we look for a woman, that's what we look for. In today's time, those women is not trying to excel in with those character traits. They trying to sell and placate more to society. How much degrees she got, how much money you got. No man penis get erected because she got a degree or because she got a lot of money. When we look at a woman, we're gonna say, damn, last time I talked to her, been with her, I felt so peaceful. She's so nurturing. She cooked me a meal without fixing my plate, woo out the bam and stuff like that. And most men, if he marry a woman, especially at a younger age, he want to get some woman pregnant. So let's say if a woman got a lot of money and degrees, but she can't have babies, a man, her value definitely going to decrease dramatically because she can't offer what majority of men, especially around the ages of 18 to about 35, she cannot offer that man what he really desired from a woman, and that's fatherhood.
I get what you're saying, but what you're doing is you're conflating two things. You're conflating the characteristic traits that a man values if he want to make the woman his wife. You're saying she is not excelling or amplifying those areas because she's focused on amplifying the areas that push towards her individuality and her stability.
Yeah,
Why
because she's
would
showing herself to be independent of a man, right? It's not
but
spend more time
why
focused on
would
a
she
degree.
if a woman is deciding that she want to be on her own, she wants
Mhm.
to be single, wouldn't it make sense that she pursue her career in her individuality and financial stability?
Yes, as long as she's willing to
Why
accept.
would she allow time to focus on femininity, nurturing, taking care, watching your dirty drawers when she got to go to work and pay her own bills?
Right, but she has to understand, as long as she's willing to accept that, not too many, she might die alone. Not too many
You
men
don't think by
desire
now
that
it's
from a woman.
2025? You don't think by now that these type of women that's moving that way have accepted that?
You got to keep in mind, I personally believe, and a lot of people not going to want to agree with this. When you start to notice the marriage today, it's the same. It's the same way as the church. Not too many people no longer value the church, and once they got rid of the church, the morals is gone. Everybody get to do what they want to do. So guess what? A lot of women used to feel as though their grandmothers and stuff were oppressed. So they view marriage as oppressed. Now they want the wedding. They do not want the marriage. So they want the ring. They want the stuff so they could post on social media. Outside of that, they do no longer want that marriage. They are not willing to feel oppressed today, especially if she's 35 and under.
Excuse me. I just want to insert this in this conversation. We don't feel like our grandmothers and mothers were oppressed. We were actually told how they felt in their marriages. So this is not like a feeling. This is not something that we saw and was like, I bet they unhappy. They literally sat down and told us the things that they experienced and how they felt in their marriages. So this is not just osmosis. We're just creating this. They told us.
It's still a
Now,
feeling because you don't have facts.
that might not be all women, but there are women who were told by their grandmothers and mothers that their experience in marriage was not the best. So we have to accept that. Everything
But that's
else you
also
can have it, but I just want
that's
to
all.
insert
That's also one sided though, right? When I hear women speaking in that such manner and saying that, that's only one sided. Which is they're getting from their mothers and their grandmothers, right? But that other side from the man, that side is never being talked about. And so and I don't know, I don't know if because I'm on 35, right? So I agree with the guy. I can't see your name on there because I'm on my phone, but and Mont, they are right. Like in today's society, what I'm seeing even at 35 years old, I know a lot of women that are getting degrees and still pushing for the Pookies and Ray Rays. I know a lot of women that are getting degrees and saying I don't want marriage. Like I've seen it every day, whether it's online or in public, they making it known that they don't want marriage. That I hear women talk about that marriage don't even benefit women anymore, and that's why they don't want it. And there's no benefit to it. And again, with degrees and money and cars, I literally see this all the time. Women will go get the Pookies and Ray Rays. Maybe that's some type of self control. Maybe that's some type of ego thing going on. But they definitely go down to getting the Pookies and Ray Rays.
Now listen, I'm not disagreeing with y'all. I'm just saying that whenever y'all are talking about anecdotal experiences, what y'all are seeing is different than what y'all are what's being stated on a general statistics level on the most likelihood of a woman making it to the top of her prime or whatever as far as in her career, individuality, and stability, and then going back down the dating market. That is not what the numbers are
May I
showing.
ask you a question?
Let me ask you a question. Would you think? Do you think that Nicki Minaj is the depiction of what a woman is? not biologically, just like, would you guys consider her to be a woman or a quality woman at that?
Value wise, no.
I would say that Nicki Minaj, Oprah, certain women, when they reach a success level, they might date for something other than money. It's possible.
Okay. I asked that for a specific reason. Y'all familiar with Pauletta Washington, Denzel Washington's wife?
Wife. Okay, yeah.
Would you consider her to?
I don't consider Nicki Minaj a quality. When you say quality woman, and the way I would evaluate her quality is based on who she can date or who she can get parallel to on the same status level. So
He gave a disingenuous version, though.
The guy across from her on Nicki Minaj level, based on her quality, based on how I see it, I do not believe that the guy that's on her same level as the man versus her is going to go over and talk to her.
What level is
the nature of her career, the nature of her content, her videos, and all that stuff, her profession doesn't warrant the type of guy that's parallel from her. So she would typically go and date somebody who was a sex offender in prison or some shit like that. I don't know.
What true table? That was a disingenuous question because you compared Nicki Minaj, which is more to modern times, to compare to Denzel Washington.
We gotta let him finish though. He was about to try and fall back around. Go ahead, True. Finish your. You said something about Denzel Washington wife or whatever.
Man, you cut Jay Prince off for no reason.
He asked all those questions.
Who would be more modern than like Savannah James probably is an equivalent, more modern, right?
Yeah.
We don't know them personally, but I'm talking archetype. What we do know about them. Who would you deem as more of a quality woman?
Savannah
James.
Yeah.
Why?
They embody wifely quality. And
she
quiet.
She's a lot better.
We don't even got to say that. We just say we could chuck it up to her digital footprint.
What the issue is this: if we're talking about uber successful women, sometimes those character traits that get them to become uber successful are contradictory to things that men would quantify as good women. So it's hard to make that argument when you do it like that. You're going to have to go elite income earning women for elite income or what she selects, and they don't tend to find the most dominant masculine men because men typically don't date for that reason. So they'll find what they equivalent is.
All right,
if that makes sense to you.
And I think Savannah's a helpmate to me. I see her as a helpmate.
She has a natural, beautiful body, a beautiful figure, beautiful face. She obviously have a nurturing complex.
She have a history of having a husband maintaining a long time.
Is a cosmetic being. She's got her ass out all over our videos and social media and all that other stuff. And then her career, her music, her content is just not it's whenever you date, whenever a woman like that try to date parallel to the other side with men, it's typically going to fall flat. She's going to have the date down.
Okay, so this is why I asked that question, because I don't know why, and I want Ali to get in there, right? Why is it hard for men to understand that on the opposite side, Nicki Minaj, there's male versions of Nicki Minaj, like a Future, that could not get quality women. And it's like when we're trying to have this conversation, it's like, no, that's the same. Most people meet their level. Water meets its own level.
True. I don't believe that Future can't get a quality woman. I don't believe that at all.
Yeah. When True say that, he's trying to say that men and women are rating each other and evaluating each other's value at the same level. So the same is true if you reverse the equation for the Future versus the Nicki Minaj, when you're not compensating for the fact that women look at men different and men look at women.
May I ask a question before you go ahead, Ali? Real quick, I was for to ask a question. So, True Table to Bruiser, are y'all willing to emasculate yourself to find that?
I can answer that. No.
Come on, dude, man.
Emasculate? No.
God, come on, man. Are you willing to emasculate yourself to find that sophisticated woman? Here's the reason. Because nowadays, women are not trying to say that she's below you. She's saying that she's your partner. She's saying that she's your equal, especially when she get her degrees, especially when she got a large stream of money. So if you push it for that woman, what I've been hearing y'all men say for years, that you are the leader, you are the top, and she must submit to you. Or now, are you willing, if that woman with that type of caliber, she's not talking about submitting. She talking about being on the side of you as
My
y'all
PhD.
are equal eye to eye. Ain't no submission. Are you at that point that is considered to be emasculated? Are you
Well,
willing to do that to get the sophisticated woman?
it's only considered to be emasculated if I'm at a higher status in income or whatever or perceived value than her, and she try to play on an equal playing field. But if I'm running into a woman who earns more than me, has a higher status than me, and her career path and the things she do on a daily basis is just as important as mine, or even more, it's not a matter of emasculation. Maybe
Well, I don't think that's what you're going to be aiming for when you got the bread.
You just met a woman who can actually compete with you, and you want to call it emasculation because you are below her on an.
Well, you're not supposed to compete with no woman.
You want to call it? Wait. You want to call it emasculation because a woman has outdone you on a socioeconomic level.
And when you find yourself competing with your
Just
woman,
because off the
they
strength of
call
you
that
got a dick and balls, you think that it's an emasculation. No, that means you need to get your. It means you're punching outside of your weight class.
No, okay. We talking about it. Let's just say, Bruiser, you making 500,000. This woman making 200,000. She got enough money to be independent of you, right? So she's not going to be extremely submissive to you and woo out the bam. These women are telling you this. They not for the submission. They not for like the grandmama days. That's out. So you men still talk about the leadership. She got to follow your orders and stuff like that, as if you the top dog and she's down here and God woo out the bam. They no longer own that. So what I mean is, if you get one of those women that 200K, you're gonna have to emasculate yourself because she's not budging. She's not finna say, okay, I'm below my man, I submit everything to him, this money goes to his bank account. No, she's not doing that. She's gonna say, you got your bank account, I got mine.
Can I add a woman's perspective in here too? Because
then we got to get Ali. Ali got
to. Yeah, and please let's let Ali speak. But let me say this first, so I can add this in, because y'all are really speaking for women. Submission has not gone anywhere. We are not against that. We are against the type of submission that certain men portray. If men treated us differently, submission would be easy, cool. But what you said, if she can't have a baby, she loses her value. I'm gonna go over here to this woman because she can have a baby. Like, what the fuck? How did we become our reproductive organs? Because just a little bit of information for you. Y'all dicks don't work either. So I'm just trying to figure out, should I go to another man because your dick don't? Because so and y'all have reproductive problems. So I'm supposed to. My God! Go to another, like, we don't treat y'all like this.
So let me ask.
I'm saying this. I said all this to say submission is not a problem. Submission is a problem for men that sound like you. I would never submit to a man that sounds like you. So I just FYI. You need to realize that there is no blanketed submission anymore. We are not giving you submission solely because you have this broken dick. We want a man who knows how to treat us. So if I heard a man speaking like you, absolutely, I would never. It'll be all day long.
Okay, let me respond to you. So what? Let me respond to it right quick. I can't respond. Okay, what it sounds like is that women can have qualifiers, but for men, but we can't have qualifiers for women. So you basically saying that if I'm broke, right? If I'm poor, if I ain't making no money, I don't. You can say that I'm broke. You don't got to deal with me. I got to make a certain amount of dollar. But now, and that's cool, right? But now, as a man, most men want babies and families. So when men get married, they want to raise a family. And if you can't provide that, see, the problem is y'all women has been spoiled. Us men never stood on nothing, right? Y'all kept telling us what we should want from a woman instead of us really choosing what we want. So yes, if a woman, that's a qualifier that we have for women. You should be able, especially when you talk about marriage, because marriage is yielded around raising a family. And if you can't provide that, I don't care if you choose not to or you biologically can't. You cannot produce what a man desire. So yes, you will not be qualified for no marriage just because you's a woman. No, we got qualifiers just as well as y'all. The problem is us men have to be silent because we have to protect the matriarchy and feel bad for women. So we don't got no standards for women. But y'all got all of these standards for us. You can say, JP, you broke. You know what you doing up here looking for a woman. And nobody get offended. But if I say, Miss Ma'am, can you have kids? And you be like, no, biologically I can't. I'm like, well, you don't qualify. Now everybody want to shoot me down because I done says the most egregious. I can't have no qualifiers for no woman. Why is that?
And I am trying to get in there. Go ahead, Naomi.
Thank you. Okay, so this is my biggest thing. One, I have no idea why in the world you are so focused on a woman leaving a man, and it's your consistent example because she made more and she left you. That is crazy to me. Two, I'm gonna take it back around to what the real dope, the example that you gave. So the man that I chose was Shamar Moore. Majority of people know that Shamar Moore does not believe in marriage. I do believe in marriage, 100%. But because of his character, the way that he moves, and what I actually know about him, if he wanted to be in a relationship with me, even though I desire marriage, I would submit to him and I would go with that.
Even if he wanted to be open.
Well, no, he doesn't believe in open relationship. Park that. But so this is the thing. What I think you're failing to realize is that we as women, we will not. So the type of woman that I am, I will not align to a man like Future. Listen, I'll go get coffee with him, but I'm not gonna align to him. His man, the way that he is and his character and just what he represents, I would not.
If you'll go get coffee, you'll bust it open for him.
You bust it open.
You know what? I'm gonna this is where I'm going to be very honest. I probably would.
Oh my God.
Listen, I'm gonna be very honest. So you want
wrong with that, sis.
Listen, you want me to be? Do you want me to lie? No, I'm gonna be honest with you. You want to know?
I'm glad.
It just is what it is. I probably would. If I go get coffee with him, I'd probably have sex with him.
That just proves.
So this
you
is
know you just exposed.
If you interrupt me, you interrupt everybody. You have a loud mouth, so please allow me to finish.
And when women are honest with us, guys, we can't be immature on a
panel. Gotta respect it, right?
Oh,
yeah, they gonna stop.
When she done speaking, let her finish speaking. Let her get her last bit. The point out.
Now, this is the thing. You guys you're sitting here going back and forth. You're so focused on that particular type of situation. It's crazy to me. And two, the situation that real dope that you gave, that's the thing. So where I'm at right now, at my age, if Shamar Moore was like, hey, you want to be in a relationship with me, even though I do desire marriage, I would probably give that up to be with him because I know everything. He has everything else, and not in hopes for him to propose to me for marriage, but because this is where that like 80-20 thing comes into play. And I don't think that you realize that when we get older as women, we pay more. We don't really care about a lot of those things. Like the other guy was saying, you know what? Majority of the time at our age, we're already to a certain level of self-sufficiency. It just is what it is. Now, I'm not going to gate that there aren't the type of woman that will emasculate a man because she makes more than him. I can't say that doesn't exist because it does exist. I've seen it personally, but I don't believe that that's majority of women.
Now, I mean, can I respond quickly to what you said earlier?
Okay.
I'm grateful that you told the truth on it. Basically, what you said is that people like a Pookie, a JP, can get you for cheaper than what these upper class men who's high value will have. You gonna charge him? They're gonna be getting you for very, very high. Where I'm gonna be able to get you for cheap, right? So you mess with Future, you giving up your goods at a cheaper level to him. But when it comes to the high value man, you gonna them same used up goods. You gonna charge him 10,000 on the dollar, and where you charge the Pookie and Ray Ray 50 cents, probably free.
So here's the thing: do you realize the majority of men dip into women just for shits and giggles? This is the thing. So I don't understand why you believe that. So hold on, let me recenter. If I went to coffee with him, then I probably found him attractive. And then if the whole day we spent together and then we had dinner and something happened and I remained around him, I would probably sleep with him. But the fact of the matter is I have to remain around him. And I'm telling you right now, if I went to coffee with Future and then I was around him, I'm not going to spend more than maybe like a couple of hours with him because he cannot hold no substance of conversation. None whatsoever. That's what you're failing to realize. We as women, I will 100% give up my box with a guy who can stimulate my mind, who will listen to me, and who will be able to pay attention to me. If he, I'm going to be honest with you. But do you realize majority of men don't do that?
So basically, I'm glad that you said that.
Majority of men don't do that. And you want to know why they do? No. You want to know why they don't? You want to know why they don't do that? Because majority of men don't end up listening to a woman past a certain point if she's like, hey, you know what? Men are the ones who bring up the conversation, like, so where are we going after this? You think that's gonna make my kitty tremble? Like, okay, no, that's not gonna happen.
So I'm glad that you said that because a lot of these men believe that. A lot of these men believe that you have to have 6 figures to get a woman like you.
Jay, you're going to keep talking. Can we please get Ali? Plenty of people have asked for Ali to get in there. Can he please?
My bad.
Thank you.
Real quick, that's her. Shamar Moore is her Future Russell Wilson mix. Go ahead, Ali. Ali, you here?
Is JR up there or that's a still shot?
That's a still shot. I think Ali froze.
All right, we'll continue the conversation.
So Naomi,
he'll be right back.
I'm glad that you mentioned that and you acknowledge that because a lot of these men have been saying for years and years that most women not gonna want no broke guys. They seem to understand that to get a woman, you got to have education. You got to have money. To me, I think education is no different from I look at black people with education like a whore. And the reason why I say that is like
what
the government, I look at the white man system like they pimps and we the whores, right? And what they've been doing is they would gather other races to leverage against us to make us jealous so we could get us to buy us for cheaper because a Mexican will come do the same work for $10 cheaper. So I'm glad that you acknowledge that you don't need no money to get that box. And us pookies, a lot of us, we might be pookies and thugs, but that don't mean we stupid. I guarantee you I can hold a decent conversation with you for hours. Before you know it, you be asking me where we going after this. And I might say, I'm going to bed, or I might say, let's go to the tail.
Your mouth is so unattractive, it is ridiculous. Your comments and your mouth is so unattractive. You cannot hold a decent conversation. Every other word out of your mouth is the same example of how a woman made more money than you and then she left you, and how she was a 304 for leaving you for that reason. That's been every example that you have used, how women emasculate men. You even tried to get the other men on the panel to agree with your theoretical logic that is not logical.
See,
And
I think that
none of them actually did. Just
right,
so you know.
and I agree with you, Naomi. I think you actually used to men. I think that you are used to men placate to your feelings because they see you as a prize. You just a woman. I'll let you go now.
Go ahead. You're not gonna like what I have to say, but go ahead.
No, so most men, when they want a woman, they gonna tell women what they want to hear. Since I don't want you like that, I ain't come on here to date. I came up here to speak how I truly feel. Man, come on, Bruce, stop that. I came up here to speak what I truly feel about the conversation. And I think you are used to men. I think you are used to these men playing K to you to get under your panties, that you not getting no honest conversation. So I didn't come up here to tell you what you want to hear. Secondly, you are a woman. These men do you. Man, that's so disrespectful, dog. When somebody talking, dude, that's disrespectful. You won't like nobody doing that to you.
Who you think doing
that? If you, right now, so you used to men playing K to your feelings and saying what you want to hear, right? So this is the reason why. Oh yeah, they put you on a pedestal before you even get to know you, right? You already said that you're a fuck Future, right? As long as he can stimulate your mind. So these men need to reevaluate why they just put women on a pedestal without getting to really know them. I came up here and managed you to give us that information, right? Because before I came up here, you would have never supposed that you would fuck a thug, fuck a multiple baby daddy that's not even take care of his kids. As long as you know how many women. No, I'm not in my feelings. I'm not in my feelings. You know how many women? You know how many women I have done the same thing?
No, I don't want it. I came here. I do not
Your
want
comprehension
you know how many
skills
women?
to be
You know how
desired.
many women I have done the same thing to? So I don't get you, but I might get your cousin, right?
So now you're gonna pause. You just said a lot of things. Now,
hold on, man. Let me just say that. I'm gonna be quick now, man. I'm gonna let you get it back.
Sir.
How are you gonna attack her for busting it open for Future, who pretty much gonna leave her with a generous tip? And then out of the same breath, you're gonna say you participate in the same shenanigans.
No, what I'm saying is a lot of Naomi is used to y'all men putting her on a fake pedestal that she didn't even earn.
Let me tell you the type of men I surround myself with. Let me tell you the type of men that I surround myself with. Do you even realize the type of woman that I am? And no, the type of woman that I am and how I move. I actually surround myself with men like Darwin, who will tell me shit that I don't like, who actually, I'm gonna be honest. So I'm a single mom because I'm divorced. All my kids are from my ex-husband, and he actually has his own perception of the value that I have toward in society right now. But I still agree with them. I actually agree with submission that's contrary to what most women believe.
Well, why did you get divorced?
I'm not asking you to speak right now. You're going to wait. Now,
okay.
The type of man that I also surround myself with is a man like True. True moves in a completely different way, similar to Darwin. So these are the type of men that I surround myself with who have JR. Actually, I haven't been around real dope that much. But the fact of the matter is, I surround myself with men who will say, hey, you know what, Naomi, sis, actually, that's not right. And da-da-da-da-da. And I'll be like, you know what? You're right. Even though I don't like it, I will accept it and I will move or remove or adjust accordingly. You want to know why? Because these are the type of men that I will only submit to. You have to be of a certain caliber to teach me anything. The example that I gave earlier today, I was being 100% honest. You know what? In that moment, I probably would. But I'd have to be able to be around him for stimulating conversation. You're upset and in your feelings about the fact that you're not the man that qualifies for that. You are not the kind of man that qualifies for that in any way, shape, or form. You contradict yourself consistently. You don't know how to have a decent conversation. You interrupt, which means you lack interpersonal communication skills. Not to mention that when you do finally speak, you end up taking it back to what's wrong with me, why I didn't get this, and excuse behind excuse behind excuse on why you're not the man that a woman hasn't picked or chosen. And
I have never given.
I don't think that you even realize that that's what you're doing in the conversation. Not to mention the example that you use, you contradict yourself with the example you tried to put on everyone else. And you have this perception that a woman who makes more money will not submit to a man who makes less. Let me tell you, we do exist, because there are women and there are lots of women. Now, we view submission differently, but ultimately, in order for you to gain submission from us, submission is a gift that a woman gives. It is a gift of the mindset and the heart. Majority of the time, you're not putting in the work to receive it. It takes trust and consistency.
Right.
And
so can I respond now?
I'm not finished. Now, there is a submission from marriage, and then there's a submission from a regular relationship. But submission is still a gift that a woman has to give. It sounds to me like you want to demand submission without the responsibility of what comes along with it and the duty of being a man. You desire control. And you hear that in your conversation when you interrupt me, when you interrupt the men, when you interrupt everyone else. You interject it consistently. That tells me that my femininity is not safe with you. And I can be one of the softest women. I love being a woman. I love being able to boast in my femininity. But I have to now, to have a conversation with you, I have to not be feminine. I have to be just as aggressive as you are in order for me to just get a point out. And no, I won't bust it open for you. And that's why I won't bust it open for future. I can guarantee you that. It's not.
Hold on, she been talking at me. Let me respond to that.
You do 45
seconds.
So
it's real quick. I'm just gonna be real smooth. So it sounds like her femininity is conditional, y'all. That's one. Secondly, right, I was making a general point to the topic. I did not get personal with specifically me or nobody else on the platform. That's second. Third, when you talking like this, ma'am, you divorced that guy that's like true Darwin, because you no longer with him. So somehow he went along with the divorce. So you might show your true colors that you probably cheated on him with a future, a guy like me. So all I'm saying is in conversation, hold on, I didn't interrupt you. This one thing to talk on the platform. It's another thing. It's another thing to be in real time. And I'm very confident enough to know that
I don't care.
Ma'am, you're not that woman like you think you are. Your divorce record, you's a baby mama now. That comes from it sounds like you was not being submissive to your husband, the true table, the Darwin, and woo out the bam, right? So now this qualification that you used to be when you was covered under your husband, that have decreased dramatically because now you are a baby mama of kids, right? You that means your divorce is almost like if I was a boss, your resume shows that you have a problem with submissions. You have a problem with submission. You have a problem with obeying your husband. And on this platform, you so opinionated. You like to be boisterous. You like to be you like to talk back or woo out the bam. So most of these men, if they didn't think with they dick and not want to screw you, and they really just listen to you and peep game, they will recognize that just by you saying that you're a fuck future, you won't be qualified for no man like that. So you have to come home to us pookies. And all I'm going to do is have sex with you till I get tired. And then until you get off me till my dick get back hard. That's your worth value at this point. I hate to tell you the truth, but that's what it is.
All right, we got Ali back. We got Ali back. We got Ali
Let me
back. We
say,
gotta
let
move
me
on.
say one thing. For
No,
one,
you gotta let her
all
respond
my
to that.
children, all my
Please let Ali
children
get in
were
there. I really want Ali to change the conversation. Please,
Y'all
God.
can't let y'all can't
No,
let y'all gotta let her respond
Naomi
to
just
that.
went for 4 minutes before Jay just went. I think they both kind of like got their shit off, and they both came at each other. I think we can, you know.
Because Naomi, he is not worth a response. He
I'm not
talked about
worth
his
it.
I
phallus,
just
and
want to say this.
I almost threw up. Please don't let him say dick again.
I'm Mr. Wrong. I'm Mr. Wrong.
So I'm just gonna say this. For one, I am not a baby mama because all of my children were from my marriage. That is not a
That
baby
you
mama.
no longer have.
That is not a baby mama. I was married.
The next man get with you, you will be a baby mama. Those are not his kids. It won't be True Table kids. It won't be Darwin kids. They will be step dummies in your house. You are a baby mama now.
I'm gonna tell you right now,
You
don't
no longer
call
married to your
children
husband.
step dummies. I'm gonna tell you right now, don't call children step dummies because now
Oh,
you
he's
make
talking
this
about the
No,
men.
the
sound
men step
real,
dummy.
real low.
He was talking about the
I'm gonna tell you,
stepfather.
I'm calling the men that will get with you to take care of your husband kids. They will be classified as a step dummy. I'm sorry, ma'am. In order to get your value back, you need to go back home to your kid's father.
whenever you're
Until
done,
you do
so we
that,
can have
you will
Ali
be for the
talk because
streets.
now you're just irritating.
Ali, is your
No,
thing?
you will be for the streets at this point until you get back with your husband or your children.
Okay, so what? Let me say something, and I really hope
Switch it up for us, Bo.
now, what I will say is, because
Most of the code.
I do not have energy for people who are not well groomed. Now, what I will say is that if a woman's submission, you all say that a woman's submission and femininity is conditional. Unfortunately, not for us. You all don't deserve, and we are allowed to flow in and out as needed, because trying to rest in femininity and trying to submit to someone who is egregious, unbathed, and someone who does not have decorum or respect for that woman does not have to rest there. Actually, it would be safer for her not to be there. So it is not conditional. It is a form of protection for herself. Just because you cannot get it does
And no
not
respect for
mean
us men.
I don't know why the fuck you're doing that, because what you said to her is that you did not interrupt her when you did. Now, what you will not do is interrupt me, because I am
I'm just
extremely.
interjection. Do
I
men
need
deserve
you to
respect?
take
All
it
men
up.
deserve respect.
No, while I am talking, see, I respected you. And then you keep interrupting me. So now I am going to pay you the same respect that you paid me, which is none. So I need you to shut them soup coolers up until I finish. And then Ilkin is going to speak, because Ali has been trying to speak for a very long time. Now, our conditional
I got you,
submission
Auntie.
is coming in. Shut your unbathed ass up.
I
Okay?
said I got
Now,
you, Auntie.
I listen, I don't know. That phone got to be melting over there. Now, if you
Auntie.
want me to go there, I will.
Ain't no
And I
respect for us
tried to
men.
be very,
So
very
we gotta
gracious
respect
to you,
all women,
but you
but
are not
us
going to
men,
do
respect is
that.
conditional.
Now, what I
That's why
will
I
do
take.
is check your unbathed ass. And I will tell you to
You
go brush
see?
your goddamn teeth, because with you
Shout out
speaking
to
and
Sister
slurping
Code.
all over that phone trying to talk over women. Okay?
Women
All right.
is better
So
than men.
anyway,
We gotta
now
treat
what I
women more
will
special
say
than we treat
is
men
that
ourselves.
just because you
I gotta
cannot
treat you
get
better
submission
than
from a woman does not mean anything whether she makes more or less than you. Because I can guarantee you, a woman making $7.25 an hour still would not submit to you, because you are not worthy of submission. You are not worthy of femininity. Okay? Now, I'll be done, because I'll talk for a long time just to get on your nerves. But Ali, welcome. Hey, how are you? Please speak. It ain't even working again. Damn, Ali. Go ahead. Listen. I'm done.
Let's move on,
No,
guys.
and G, us men gotta respect all women, right? We are required to respect all women, even when shade and disrespect come to us. But since they are a woman, they are more qualified for all of the respect, even if they don't earn it or deserve it. All these women already said that based on my philosophies or my beliefs and my standards, that when I first came in, I didn't disrespect nobody. But since they didn't like my beliefs or what I believe in, I deserve disrespect. But when it comes to a woman, I got to automatically by default respect them just because they are a woman. Shout out to the sister
Great.
code.
Ali is
We
here.
don't believe in that over here, Jay Prince. Go ahead, Ali.
So the thing that's obvious that happens every single time we have these conversations is that the women, no disrespect to the women, when the women do speak, the women have a way of making the men contradict themselves as well too, because there's narratives that men will push to say that women like, they don't have to do anything for the women, where if men have to spend on the money or do anything for a woman, she really doesn't like them. And I'm sure the brothers wouldn't disagree. And that's why it seems like a lot of the red pill talking points are dead, even though red pill might not be dead. But Darwin does it too. He'll flip-flop. He'll say that majority of these women are not marriageable. Majority of these women don't like men. Majority of the women you shouldn't marry. And then he'll promote marriage at the same time. So if he's lying, if Jay Prince is lying and not telling the truth, why is it that the women are staying committed to the men that they like and the men that they don't like? So things that's expressed on this panel, the women are divorcing men that are high value and they're divorcing men who are low value. But we all admit that the less you have to do for a woman, the more she likes you. And if that's not a lie, Naomi, I'll ask you, if a woman, who does a woman like the most? A man who has to spend money on her, or a man who don't have to spend money at all?
Damn.
Well, look, before
hold on.
answer,
I wasn't even done yet, because before my internet freeze. So a woman can keep a job, she can keep a home, she can keep her animal, she can keep her Amazon Prime, her Netflix, her Hulu, their Disney Plus, but they can't keep a man that they want, like I said, and they don't want. So would you recommend men still, Bruiser, since you want to cut in, would you recommend men to get married?
Well, that's what I was about to address.
Okay.
When you made the statement that I made a statement in the past where I flip-flopped.
Constantly.
And I said that most women are not marriageable. You left out a lot of critical context.
I'll say black women. You said black women.
Well, now you're saying black women.
So that makes it worse, right? Because black women are on the panel. You said black women are not marriageable, right?
It is the same. It's no different. The critical context that's left out is of the same intensity. When I say that, is when I make a statement saying that most black women are not marriageable, I am basing that off of the guys who are actually trying to marry them. For example, if it is a guy who does not have his principles and standards established and doesn't have his shit together, and he tries to go out in the market to marry most of these type of women, he's going to fail. They're going to miss each other. So we can't just look at it one-sided saying that they're not worthy of marriage. We also got to look at the disproportionate opposite. The man that's meeting them at the table and he ain't got his shit together. He doesn't know how to detect manipulation. He doesn't know how to lead. He doesn't know how to compensate for a woman who also didn't come from a father figure in the household, just like you yourself. You both of y'all have to have a significant amount of grace for each other because both of y'all come from the same damn demographics. So by default, yeah, most of the black women are unmarriageable. It's not just by account of their own value. It's also account of the own perceived value that the man is bringing on the opposite side. That's the context that's left out.
Bro, she just said she was screwed future.
Well, that's beside the point. I don't know why you stuck on that. She must have hit a nerve. If she still got you going back to that.
I don't know what's going on.
You give her false value.
Who gave her
I don't know
false
what's
value?
going on with my
We got Ali back.
Bruiser, what was the point you trying to make? Because it seemed like you went that one.
Anybody understood what I was saying?
No, I mean I'm asking you, so I didn't understand. That doesn't matter if they don't understand.
Well, obviously you couldn't understand because your internet connection keeps dropping.
I told you I didn't understand, so I'm asking you, what did you mean?
I could restate it again. there's a critical amount of context you leave out. When I made the statement that most Black women are not marriageable, it's not just on the account of them, their own self-worth or what they bring to the table that deems them worthy of marriage. It's also on account of the man on the opposite side, on him being able to fulfill the void where she's lacking at, or him being able to instill his principles or his direction to guide her into being a worthy wife. If any man, I'm gonna tell you right now, you cannot accomplish getting a woman into a actual marriage or grooming her or making her malleable enough to to be a suitable wife if you don't even know how to do it, if you don't even know what a wife looks like yourself. I know I'm breaking the rules here, but we give a lot of men too much damn credit when we come to the table, as if they know what, just like we penalize women for not knowing how to recognize leadership in a man and a wife. We don't look at the other side. A lot of us, bruh, I'm telling you, I've been in here. I got 10,000 hours long. I can show you the receipts. There's a lot of fucking men out here that don't even know how to recognize the quality and characteristics that makes a wife.
Okay, so I'm happy you committed to that one, because that's a
Not
contradiction.
committed to it. I'm just
I'll let you land. I'll let
totality.
you land, right?
The
I'll let you
context that
land,
you're
right?
leaving
I'll
out.
let your mouth close so that I can speak, right?
Go
Right. So
ahead.
you contradict. Y'all saying most women don't want these men. Women will admit they don't want most of these men.
No,
either. Tell
don't
me,
leave.
you cut me off. You cut me off again.
Address what I said.
That's what I'm doing. I
Address
am.
the. Okay,
So
do you understand the
if you
context?
triggered, I'll mute. If you triggered, I'll mute. That's what I'll
I'm not
do. Because
triggered. I'm just making sure
I'll
whenever
mute. I'll
you
mute.
mention.
Let me know when you want me to talk.
I'm making sure when you mention my name and you mischaracterize me with the left out context that I just articulated, that after you receive that information that was left out, that you can embrace it and understand it, and then you can address it from that angle. Because what we don't want to do is for me to intellectually articulate the left out context, and then you feel to just move past it. No, I want you to feel that what I just said. I want you to understand it. So you can be like, you know what, Darwin, I understand what you said now, bro. I'm glad you said it. Yeah, it is fucked up on both sides. And we've just been looking at it one-sided. For the sake of contact, for the sake of the audience. But I think it's time to figure out how we can meet in the middle and look at the actual problem. It's fucked up on both sides. And I get it. Nobody wants to fucking teeter the fence. But right now, this is the way to solve the problem. Everybody dropping the ball on different positions. How can we meet in the middle and figure this shit out? And lately, that's what I've been trying to do. Go ahead.
You're not gonna filibuster, and you're not gonna cut me off, right, while I'm speaking.
Floor is yours.
So I'm gonna make my point again, and I was gonna get to your point. Women are saying, majority of these women say they don't like these men. Majority of brothers said they don't like these men either. And you're saying men don't know how to get women. So since you're so good at teaching, how do men get women to like them that don't like them? Tell men how they can do that. Tell all these brothers that you misleading on how they can get women to like them that don't like them. And if you tell a brother that he got to get his bread up, he got to get his height up, he got to get his resources up, he got to get his reputation up, then she really don't like him. She likes what he brings to the table. And that's why most women don't stay loyal to these men, because y'all preaching and misdirecting these men in the wrong direction, telling them they got to do something to get women to like them. When Marcus, Jay Prince, Dope Daddy, and you will say that if a woman don't like you for you, she don't like you anyway. She just using you as a come up with some resources. So again, let me ask you, since you better than me at this, and you saying you being intellectual, how do you get a woman to like you that doesn't like you?
Okay, step one. Inquire on why she don't like you. That's step one. Why? Figure out why she don't like you.
That's horrible.
You gotta blame yourself on why a woman don't like you.
Let him dig his hole. Let him dig the hole.
Okay, let me finish. If a job doesn't want to hire you, if a job or organization that is employing people does not find your resume attractive enough to put you in a position, what do? Find out why.
The employer. The man is the employer.
No. Let him land. Let him land. Because he can't convey the job position to relationships. But go ahead.
It's okay to look at yourself in the mirror whenever the fucking job market bypass your resume and tell you that they're gonna go in a different position. But when a woman bypass your ass, you don't want to look at yourself in the mirror. That's why you niggas are losing. That's why you are losers. You have to look at yourself and figure out, okay, why is the market denying me? Why is the market rejecting me? When a job say they don't want you based on your qualifications and they say, hey, look, we're looking for somebody who have X, Y, and Z. It's fine and dandy. But when a woman tell you ain't got X, Y, and Z, you don't want to look at that shit. Make it make sense. So the first step is to figure out where the fuck are you dropping the ball at? Where are you unattractive at? Where are you undesirable at? And fix it. Go out and do the work. Ain't nobody coming to save you and hold your hand. Get off your ass and go figure it out.
So, brothers, all the brothers on the panel, make sure we hold each other accountable, because sister said we don't hold each other accountable. If you have to convince a woman to like you, does she like you?
No.
I didn't say anything about convince.
I'm talking to the brothers, though. I'm talking to the brothers.
I'm a brother.
No.
Yes.
No.
I'm a brother, ain't I?
Is
No.
is the information that he's pushing out to the community right now, is that good information that he's pushing out, or is that bad information he's pushing out?
That's poison information that he putting out.
What you say, True?
That's horrible information.
It's horrible for me to.
We are the employers. The women are the employees.
It's horrible for me to tell men who are
We
being
the one
rejected.
with the resources.
Come on, Jay.
Okay,
You got it.
It's horrible for me to tell men who are being rejected and denied to figure out what it is why they're being rejected and denied, why they're catching the L whenever they go out and try to match. It's horrible for me to tell them to look at that and figure out why they're not matching and why they're being rejected.
Yes.
I just wanted to be on the record so I understand.
Yeah,
so
that's
whenever I
horrible.
clip this shit up and I go react to it my own channel, I know where to fucking pinpoint the timestamp.
Yeah, that's horrible. You
Good,
don't
got
have to require it. You're not gonna shoot for a 99% from the zone. That's just not how that works. I would only give that particular advice if you're talking about the woman you've actually acquired and there's shifts in your connection. Then that will be a position to where you'd be like, you know, what changed? But you do not talk to a woman that just rejected you. You have not established no rapport with, and be like, why am I missing? You are setting men up for failure. Like failure, bro.
Okay, so let me get one thing straight. What you're doing is you're taking what I'm trying to imply verbatim, saying, hey, look, why did you deny me? You got to look at it as a way to be sly, so to speak, to be able to get this information. Sort of like what you do whenever you want to discern for a body count. You don't just ask for a body count. You do math in your head. It's mental gymnastic. You inquire about information that's related to her dating history, and you use that information to calculate a particular number in your head, and you go off of that. I'm not saying just go for the juggler and say, hey, why did you reject me?
But that's what you said. I was responding to what exactly you said verbatim. I was not
true.
I know that. That's why I'm responding the way I am.
Ask them to give us an example. If she say I don't like you, how do you go about that?
Okay, so here's the thing. That's one woman, right?
No, stay with that one. We're not going to no other woman.
That's one woman that said it. Let's just say, for the record, just for your example, she actually went out and blatantly said, I don't like you. If she's gonna blatantly say, I don't like you verbally to your face, I'm 100% back that you could say why.
Okay.
But if she's communicating in a way where she's not directly saying, I don't like you, then you got to indirectly inquire on why she don't like you.
Okay, so
her way of indirectly saying I don't like you might be she might not respond to text, she might not respond to calls, she might ghost you, or she might stand you up on occasion whenever it's time to meet at a specific location. You can get the indication that she might not like you based off of that. That's an indirect way instead of her verbally saying, hey dude, I don't like you. But if she verbally say, hey, I don't fuck with you.
No, he still has to give us an example.
What's up with me? Like what? You get what I'm saying?
She said, you talking about inside of the relationship. We're talking about prior to the relationship when someone doesn't.
No, this is not inside of the relationship. This is the same thing you're talking about.
You said that you texting all these things. You talking about as if why is a woman texting you if she don't like you? Most of these women ain't gonna let you even get their phone number if they don't like you. You're not making sense. So let's make it make sense. If you approach her, she says she don't find you attractive. How do you get this woman to find you attractive? Can you give me an example?
First of all, if a woman says she don't find you attractive, she just don't find you attractive.
So how do you get her to find you attractive? You said you convince her to like you.
But here's the thing. You have to convince me that there's a great deal of men who are running into a woman who's verbally communicating.
You're running away from the conversation. You was going hard on Jay Prince and you was going hard on Jay Prince and everybody else. So you can't run away from the question.
Who's verbally communicating to, hey, look, I don't find you attractive.
Mm-hmm.
You have to convince me that there's a great deal of men that actually want to know why that person at that moment don't find them attractive. For me to say that, for not necessarily that they want to actually try to change her mind at that point.
You're not answering the question.
Because I would argue,
you're not answering the question.
I am answering
all
the
this
question.
going to happen. No, you're not. You said if the person don't find you,
you're asking me to show you how. You're asking me to show you how somebody would do something that I don't believe they even want to do. I don't believe men are running into women that are verbally saying, I don't fucking find you attractive. And they're going to report back and say, how can I change that bitch mind over there? No, most of the time, these guys are like, fuck it. In worst cases, most of them guys will say, well, fuck you. You ain't shit anyways. I hear that more often than, hey, man, can you tell me how I can go back over there and change her mind? Because she's
so
on
you're changing your argument. You told them
no,
that.
I'm not changing my. I never agreed.
You are changing your argument.
No, I'm not. I never agreed that a man is trying to change a woman's argument.
Yes,
right
you did.
On point
You said ask her
level
why.
of attractiveness for you right on point. I never agreed to that. I don't believe men are trying to on the point, on the spot, at the time of rejecting, trying to flip it. Say, hey, look, how do I make her attractive to me?
No, you said ask her why. No, you just recommended to the next.
You move on to the next joint.
You
I ain't never been out. I've been in the game, bro. I ain't never been out in the game and tried to get a woman who said to me verbally, hey, look, I don't like you. I don't find you attractive.
You
moonwalking. How to flip her.
You moonwalking away from the question. You moonwalking away from the question, Bruiser. You repackaging what you said because you didn't say nothing about what other men would do or what they wouldn't do. You recommended the men to ask her why, so they can convince her different. So I'm asking you again. You told the men to ask her why. They didn't say they'd ask her why. You just said in general, men wouldn't even ask. Can you let me? Can you let me? Can you let me?
A pattern.
Can you let me land? No, you didn't. That's not what you said. That's not what you said. That's not what you said. So let me just make a statement.
You're pigeonholing the words that I'm saying.
Let me make a statement.
Try to drive a point. I'm talking about being rejected consistently.
Let me make a statement.
The average man go out twice a month based on paycheck to paycheck frequency. If a man on the average is going out twice a month on paycheck frequency to go out and try his hand,
Bruce, you know we live, right? You know we live
twice a month. That's,
you know we live, right?
What is that? 52.
You know we live,
104
right?
times.
Naomi, you see how decisive he is.
Does he know we live, right?
I know we're live.
So what are you doing? Everybody's
watching. When a man is going out and he's getting rejected, what I'm talking about is to look at the overall pattern of why he's getting rejected and approach it from that. I'm not saying go back to ask every last one of those women that he was rejected by. I'm saying looking at the overall numbers and figuring out, okay, why am I getting rejected? How am I dressed?
Great self-doubt.
So here's what I would do is I would interrupt the consistency I'm doing. If I'm wearing a certain style of apparel,
Bruiser, that's going to create self-doubt in that man. When he got to expressing himself.
What?
He going to begin to start thinking something is wrong with him because you are training us to give the woman the power.
You need to think that it's something wrong with you. Whenever you go out here,
at that point, the woman becomes the leader.
In a market, we talking about we're not just talking about any market. We're talking about a market that's sexually liberated where bitches just busting it open for anything. You got motherfucking gender non-conforming. You got motherfucking.
You just monologuing like you're not really gonna let nobody else talk about a conversation. You are literally monologuing.
It's to be easy to get some pussy. And you telling me that you don't need to look in the mirror if you're constantly getting rejected because you an intel? Yeah, you need to go look at the first thing you need to do is go look at what the fuck is wrong with me. Smile, look at your teeth, check your breath.
I know you got on that church jacket, but Bruce, you are not preaching today. You are telling us to make the woman our leader.
Use my memory, but it's two women that told you about your grooming. It's two women on this panel that already rejected you.
Two women that's been rejected out of life already. They done.
To say, hey, look, Boheen, Naomi, why wouldn't you try me? Like I heard you said you would.
You talk about a divorcee baby mama and an auntie, brother. But what you telling us to make the woman our leaders. The moment you told us, Bruiser. You see what Bruiser's doing? He's telling us.
You said that they are at the bottom of the barrel, and they want to.
You are trying to teach us
that basically the women become our leaders. Because now either if I do all what you said, either I'm gonna be friend zone or being with somebody that do not want me at all. At that point, I'm gonna get misused, right? So as a man, that's not a good look at all. You also teaching us to question our confidence and question ourselves because a woman don't like us. So what that's going to do cause self-doubt. And now in moving the way you tell us to move, we never going to have confidence. We never going to have nothing that we value within ourselves because our confidence going to be in the hands of women that don't even fuck with us. Are you cool?
So actually,
let Naomi interrupt.
So actually, Darwin.
So you're gonna let her interrupt while
So actually, Darwin,
He
actually did exactly what you said men do. Man, you ain't shit anyways.
I'd rather tell you that before I placate to you. Get your power to woman.
I can't make this shit up. What she just did was pointed out a case that I said earlier because she was paying attention. That when a woman does typically what a man does when he get rejected, he's not gonna ask and inquire about why he got rejected. What is he gonna say now?
What you told us to do initially.
You ain't shit anyways. I just wanted to fuck anyway.
Yes, I'd rather do that than you telling me why Naomi don't like me.
Men do that.
No, they don't not.
So, but Naomi, you rather for me to question myself on why you don't like me.
Let me give you an example, please.
Let her give you an example, bro.
So what Darwin is saying is actually something that does happen consistently, especially on social media. You hear it time and time again, especially from men. Well, you ain't ish, none of da 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 da. He was not short of shooting me the insults that he was shooting me. Boom, 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 back to back. When I stepped out of my hold on, please. When I stepped out of my femininity and I had to become aggressive so that I can have a conversation with him because he was overpowering and interrupting. And then that's when he began to say, oh, well, you're not this, da, 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 da. So then I had to step out of my femininity, address him accordingly. And then that whole conversation went the way that it went.
So hold on, Naomi, hold on.
Hold on, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Please allow me to finish. So this is all that I'm saying. I'm not saying, for one, if people know me, if you know me and know the kind of woman that I am, I believe in the hierarchy of God, man, woman, child. 100%.
No, you don't.
I speak on it. I speak on it consistently. I speak on the submission of a woman and how men are not supposed to submit to women consistently. Because according to the word of God, women are commanded to submit to men. Men are commanded to love their wives. Now, there's a whole, like, I speak on this consistently. The thing is, though, when things like this happen, like the conversation that happened between me and the guy underneath me, I will automatically be ashamed to say, well, no, da 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 da. Women are this, women are that, women are this, women are that. Well, what tends to happen is that when men are having conversations with us, and then we're like, hey, you know what? Or hey, you know what? I'm just not interested. Well, men turn around and they'll be like, well, you ain't ish anyways, da 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 da, blah 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 blah. And it literally happens within a matter of weeks. Like,
that's not what happened though.
Hold on, Jay, I got you, Jay. Look, so
no, I just want to say real quick.
It's not fair what you're doing to you.
Told her that these two women said you wasn't attracted, you weren't groomed, which is shade, right? Which is the same smoke. So only thing I did was said, run my shade. I didn't come up here and try to date Naomi or Ms. Bo, right? But you try to leverage just because you wanted me to feel bad about myself because these two Pacific women didn't find me interest, as if I wanted their interest, right? Okay, and so you try to leverage that. That's all what happened.
The only reason,
real quick, because
I ended up doing what I did and moved the way that I moved is because I was matching your energy. You were very rude and interrupting consistently. And every time I tried to speak and complete that thought, men always say that women are supposed to constantly rest in our femininity and softness. There was no way I was going to be able to have a conversation with you resting in my true femininity, because of the fact of your overpowering masculinity and your rudeness.
So why did you support
And
Bruiser? Why did you support? And this is what I mean. Y'all will pick what benefits you. You didn't get on Bruiser for continuously interrupting me and not letting me talk and going on monologues. This is what when y'all will support you will support a man when it's convenient for you, and you will leave a
I'm a
man when it's
different
convenient.
caliber of man.
And he
You
see
got a
what he's doing
different
right
level
now.
of respect.
See what I'm talking. See what he's doing. Look, he
allow
did
me
it
to
again. He won't let me. He literally
elaborate.
Bruiser literally will not let me talk right now.
So allow me to elaborate why. The reason why I didn't address, so there's things that I don't agree with on Bruiser, 100%.
No, I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you.
No,
Know what I didn't ask you that.
right now. So give me.
Damn.
Where'd he go?
He'll be back.
So the reason why I didn't interrupt, the reason why I didn't tell Bruiser stop interrupting him, according to the conversation he has with you, is because I've seen you on the panel go back and forth with him. You have no issue checking Bruiser. You have no issue saying, hey, don't interrupt me. Y'all have y'all's own monologue that continues. If I'm standing by myself, which is in this conversation, I had to, if I'm having a conversation with you, I can 100% rest in my femininity because you're honorable. You have the similar characteristics to Bruiser. I don't agree with some things that you have, but I don't have to worry about you calling me out of my name. I don't have to worry about you being disrespectful. You tend to allow people to finish their thought. I've seen you on your podcast before, so I don't have to worry about me not being able to speak. There's a difference between me being able to rest in my femininity around you, Ali, and then allowing you to be the man that you are with Bruiser and interact in that exchange. That's where this is where I believe that men have conversations with men. The conversation that I was having with that gentleman, I can't be feminine. Because if I'm feminine, he will overpower me and overtake me and be completely disrespectful to me.
Naomi, the one thing that I gotta say real quick
I
is
started off talking to the men.
JP, don't the revisionist history part. JP's energy was that way towards you because you did inexplicably, unprovoked. You did mention that you wouldn't date him, and I think that's a shot, and anybody would have the right to and would feel like, yo, you wouldn't date me, like, shorty, I didn't ask you. I didn't even ask you that. Like, type of anybody would feel a certain type of way if somebody said that to them. So that maybe, and that's what I believe is why you got that energy from him.
So
I came in talking to the men now.
Real dope. I concede to what you're saying. Although this man has been in the live previously and has joined the live previously where I have been on, where he knows that I'm a single mom. So when he came up with the energy that he was saying and the things that he was saying, the way that he was saying, and even to the point of him saying how women, the examples that he was using, about women making so much more money and this, that, whatever, that's what I addressed initially first. And then that's when all of that started. But I do it here.
Hang on real quick. Let me say something. I'm gonna pass it right back to you, Naomi. What y'all can't do to the woman is build a theme of questioning on answering the women on the panel. Who would they date? Who is their preference? Who would they like? Who values what they replace with another? And then whenever she start looking around on the panel, she can't tell you who she wouldn't date on the panel. You can't have it both ways. You can't build a theme on nitpicking and trying to figure out what their preference is based on a man. And then when she having a communication experience with a man on the panel, she don't get to say that whether or not she would date him or not. You can't have it.
That's cool. Hold on. Hey, dope boy.
Wait. Let me land.
How long you think you land?
You can't put her in that energy and that theme, and then don't expect her to look at the guys around her to also give you little insight or intellect based on her selection process, based on the behavior that she's being able to see.
Doing a divide.
Hold on. So Darwin, I'm gonna come right back to my question. You're not about to run away and deflect by using everybody else. How would you get Naomi to like Jay Prince?
First of all, I wouldn't get Naomi to like Jay Prince, but I will tell you this. I'm a slick motherfucker, and I'm all about outcomes. If Jay Prince came to me and said, hey, look, you know what? I really like Naomi, and I want.
Okay, here we go.
I want that shawty. I want that.
Okay.
What I would do is I would hit Naomi up offline. I was like, you know what? I know you don't find Jay Prince attractive. I know he's not your cup of tea. what would it take for him to go out on a date with you and get the buzz? She probably would throw some shit up like, you know what? I don't like him, but niggas that I don't like, I charge them niggas $1,500. I will go back to Jay Prince and I say, look, do you really want to have a moment with Naomi? Like, yes, man. Tell me what I got to do. Well, you need to Annie the fuck up.
Here he goes with this money pill bullshit.
So you a coach that don't change the men to get different outcomes. You have to actually talk to the women to get the actual outcomes for the men. That's what you're saying. You got to talk to Naomi to like Jay Prince. He can't talk to her to make him like him.
What I just did
was talk to Naomi and put some interference in so she may like Jay Prince.
Or are you gonna talk to me?
Oh yeah, yes, because you can't even translate your own words.
Okay, what I just did was I just showcased how I went into the market to see what the requirement was for this type of archetype or this type of man. I went to the market. Naomi is the actual market in this case. I went to the market and inquired. What are they for the guys that actually don't like? How do they raise the goal? How do they move the goalposts? Or what is the criteria or the degree of entry for this guy to access this particular woman that doesn't naturally like this dude? And what I did was I showcased a way where I would go into the market. It doesn't mean I got to go talk to Naomi. I could just go study the numbers. And I can tell you,
you just said you'd have to go talk to her. Stop changing it. You keep
repackaging
what you're saying.
I used the case with Naomi, me going to inquire directly with Naomi as a metaphor, a comparison to me going to the market using numbers, using math to say, okay, look, based on the numbers, based on the probability, based on what's actually going on in the market, guys like Jay Prince have to pay for women like Naomi. And I will report back to him like, hey, look,
you know what?
For these type of women that you want, you got to pay, or you got to wear designer, you got to wear jewelry or some shit so you can be more marketable.
So you want me to tell you?
I don't make the rules. I go in the market and I figure out what's working and what's not working. And I will go back to Jay Prince and say, well, look, the shit you doing ain't working. You don't have the charm. You don't have the jawline. You don't have the finish. You're going to have to Annie the fuck up.
Right. Hey, Ali, let me say this right quick, Ali. May I say this? I think the reason, what really transpired in this conversation when I first came up, I literally came up talking to the men in general. The women had an issue because I said I gave up disqualifiers that they are foreign to listening to, right? When I brought up that women that cannot reproduce don't qualify. And I seen the offensiveness went through that. So matter of fact, Ms. Bo spoke up and I started noticing their energy change because now us men can leverage their qualities, right? So if women cannot reproduce, if women not beautiful, and women don't have energies what men seek at the women, they don't qualify. But these women feel entitled because us men, like what Bruce is doing, never put them to task where they have to earn our wants. This is why I believe that I'm starting to believe that we've been misled to believe that we had to chase women. Why? I have never seen an employer go out and chase employees. I consider women to be the employees and we are the employers. If they saying that we got to provide, protect, and produce, we doing everything that an employer do, not an employee. So you trying to put us in a submissive position as men to be the employee while the woman that don't give us shit to be the employer. What are we going to gain for getting on our knees, bowing down to a woman that don't got nothing to offer? She don't got no fertility. She don't got no the energies that we want. And some of them within their spirits, if they don't got the energies, gonna make them not beautiful because they're gonna look uglier.
Why would you go after her then?
So no, but what I'm saying is this is so misleading to men, and this is why men is failing of finding mates, because people have always told us to acquiesce to women and make them give women all of this power. This is the reason why these women up here feel like, and what she basically doing in the conversation is divide and conquer. She trying to leverage all of the men to piss me off because based on what I had said, that women don't qualify, they can't reproduce, which I still stand on, right? If you're not beautiful, you don't qualify. If you don't have the energies that men desire, peace, feminine, nurtured. Listening to Naomi, I can understand why she's divorced, right? She did not rest in her femininity. If you would do this to a man that you just met for 10 minutes, what that would look like for your husband with kids that you've been knowing all your life. You are a very argumentative baby mama. You are for the streets. You already said that you a fuck Future, a ghetto thug nigga. So you are a outer race ratchet woman, ma'am. Your husband, and if any man get with you, you will not only be a second marriage, right, as a woman, but they will be marrying a baby mama, a ratchet, loud mouth Chinese baby mama.
See, I don't think she's Chinese.
What is
Are you
this?
too? She do look Asian.
So if I now,
She's
so
not at all. God, that
now,
baby dumb.
What color are you, Naomi?
now let me respond. Here's the thing. And in that same type of mindset of employer and employee, this is why I tell women, we choose whom we align to. That also includes who gets our submission. Submission is a gift from a woman to a man. Women choose whom we align to. I tell women consistently, why would you align to a man who is disrespectful, does not value you, and whom does not find any value in you? Do not do that. But what I see majority of the time is that women tend to try to align to a man so that he can align to them. I don't believe in that in any way, shape, or form. There are other women that believe other things, but it just is what it is. The fact of the matter is, though, in that same business type of mindset, a woman has to apply for a position. And if she doesn't apply, then he's not going to have access to her. That's all I'm going to say. Also, that's exactly why. So everything that he said just now about me and my character consistently, this is why he got my masculine energy. This is why
I think that you're not used to men standing on
this is why my femininity, this is why I tell women, your femininity is not safe with anybody, just anyone. Do not gift your submission to just anyone. Do not gift your softness to just anyone. Do not gift your femininity to just anyone, because not everyone is worthy of that experience.
But here's the sad thing about this. When a woman, go ahead,
Prince is not an example, in my opinion, of a balanced man who knows how to operate with opposition. That's no disrespect to him, so I'm gonna say that to you since you're on here. He's speaking his truth, which I respect, but there is a difference between a man and someone who's developing into manhood. And I think that a lot of women do not actually interact with men. I can tell because they assume that we respond like that. Men don't typically respond like that. They typically know how to dismantle or have a conversation. We're not going to sit here and demean you. We're not going to poke at you. It's not necessary. But what unfortunately happens is that I consider myself a man. I consider a man and a few others. We get lumped in to males that don't have nowhere near the mental fiber to even have conversations with women, even through discourse. And that's all I'll say.
So that would be
well, true. Real quick, Darren. Well, true. You do realize all of this energy she's giving me, she might be getting turned on about me, to be honest with you.
So stop it.
It always start off like this.
Okay, I can tell you right now, no. But you know what, True? I will 100% agree with you. Majority of men of your caliber are not common in society in 2025. I will gift you that. I will give you that. You are 100% correct.
She just contradicted what you just said. You didn't say that. You said most men aren't going to come like Jay Prince. She just said most men are like Jay Prince, and you agreed with her. You realize you didn't say that, what she just said. This is what I mean. She just said she agreed.
I literally just said.
You said most men are.
Most men. He just now said most men will be able to have that conversation.
And you said they wouldn't.
So I said they wouldn't interact.
No, you do. Now you're doing the same thing Bruiser was doing. You said most men would like Jay Prince. They don't know how to talk to women. That's what you just said. And true. Let
me clarify then.
Let me talk to him real quick. Let me talk to him real quick.
Let me
let Bruiser get away. So now I gotta go at True.
Now let me have this conversation. Let me clarify.
I'm right here.
Naomi, I'm not gonna. You said you're submissive, right?
True.
I'm right here
What you're
waiting. I ain't
saying,
going nowhere.
you are correct. Most men will be able to have that conversation. Although currently, majority of society are males.
I think Ali, you went out. Yeah, he'll be right back.
I don't know how we got here, but
Well,
yeah.
true. I think that I understand what you was trying to say. I think that it's different types of men. I don't think there's a standard of guidelines of what's men. We are different. We all have our own beliefs that neither one of us share the same like characteristics. We might have some similarities, but we not all the same. So we can't say this group of men operates like this when he's approaching this manner. Right. I wish we won't set these bars, these imaginary bars that's not real, because it prevents us men from expressing how we feel. We always get told, especially black men, don't nobody care to listen. We can listen. A white man can express himself in crying. A white woman can express herself woo out the bam. A black woman can express herself being loud and aggressive, and everybody get to accept it. No matter we talking professionally, angrily, or whatever the case, if we expressing something that goes against the women, black women, the white woman, the white man, we always consider to be a problematic. We always consider to be angry black man. We always consider to be sassy. So there's no other option for us to express ourselves. Me personally, I'm trying to dismantle that and just gonna say I don't care how they view me. If I get slighted, I'm going to express myself based on the energy that was given to me.
No, and I respect that, Jay Prince. Again, that's what I'm saying. With respect, you're absolutely right. You should be able to express yourself how you deem worthy. But I'm using a qualifier because unfortunately, I do not like to be lumped in to men who do not know how to express themselves through discourse with women. And typically what you see is when men are aggravated, unfortunately, and they look like us, they act like you. I personally don't like that. I think we can do better. I think that we should be able to do better. And so there should, in my opinion, there should be an elevation. Like, say what you say, but it's like, why does it always have to be limited to just the trading of shots and pot shots and well, you this and you that? It's elementary to me. And again, this is what I be talking about a lot of times. Our community,
it feels better.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for admitting that. Our community.
No, but you changed
You should have never admitted that, dude.
What?
You changed what you said again.
You should have never
You changed what
that.
you said again.
Who changed?
You did. You just said now men when they get in emotions, they respond aggressively. So do most men respond aggressively when they get emotional, or do most men not respond like Jay Pre? Now you just changed your answer too.
I don't believe I said that at all.
Earlier you said most men don't respond to women and communicate like Jay Prince does. Now you said that most men will respond aggressively if they feel when they get emotional. You just said that.
I'm okay. So thank you for correcting me because I'm using the wrong verbiage. Typically the way Jay Prince is expressing himself, that's what I've seen to be depicted as men. And
so now so true. So you're saying now most men communicate like Jay Prince does to women. That's what you're saying.
Most men don't. Most males do. That's I'm correcting it because you got
you see. Come on, true. That's semantics, right? If someone heard this and you said males, wouldn't they think you're talking about men in general?
Well, that's why I'm trying to go ahead and clarify because I do believe there's a depiction.
I know what you mean, True.
I know you do, Darwin. I know you do, Darwin.
What he's saying is
he don't need you to speak for himself. He a grown man. He was about to clarify.
I'm speaking to him though.
You can't interrupt me and the person I'm talking to.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, True. Correct me if I'm wrong. What you're trying to say is that most men do not lash out or behave whenever they communicate with women the way Jay Prince do. But the narrative that's running across social media and being communicated is that we actually do, when that's actually false.
Yes, I think that a lot of times, and a man, male, we get it. I'm saying that, in my opinion, when you classify yourself a man, there's a maturation, there's a behavior that's aligned with that. There is things that are aligned with that behavior, vernacular. And to Jay Prince's point, you know, he said it felt better to communicate that way.
Somebody gotta agree with not disagreeing. Like y'all keep changing y'all. And now he said, so most men, Bruiser, are they marriageable men now? They can communicate with women?
I think you confused, bro. I think
No, I'm not confused. You keep changing it. No,
I think what True originally said,
you did it
he was
again.
understood, but you made it like to where
he had to clear. He admitted.
Made
he
it
said male.
confusing. I think even Naomi understood it. That's why she kind of spoke on it. And I came in and I heard him say it again, and I understood it for the third time. It's like you are trying to pick an argument. You're trying to unpick. You're trying to twist his words. He really.
You mean I'm being you on
one
shows?
thing about
Is that what you're saying?
let me get
Ali
this
don't do
dude
that on
flowers.
shows. Bruiser
One
does
thing
that
about
on shows.
One thing about True Table.
You're not gonna say
That's
that.
probably
And
one
then
of the,
you,
I
you're
never
gonna have
really
to
give the
land.
dude his flowers, but True Table,
You're gonna have to land now. You're gonna have to land now.
Let me just land.
No, you're not about to monologue now.
You don't have an issue
every time you talk.
communicating.
You're not gonna monologue. You're not gonna monologue. You're not gonna monologue. You're not gonna monologue every single time you make a statement.
Saying,
so stop real quick.
I'm
since
giving
you
you your
said that
flowers
fair.
now.
No. So everybody that's
you
on
probably
everybody
betting 1,000 whenever you pick your time to say something. You make sure you think about it and you don't confuse everybody when you say stuff. That's one guy I can say that don't do that. So
do I do that? So do I do that?
I didn't say. See.
No. Since you want to run interference for him now, do I do that? Am I the type of man that
Well,
does that?
He's the matter at
no,
hand.
I'm asking you about me. I'm asking you about me. I'm not.
You're
asking
trying to make a
him.
case that he's contradicting himself.
Am I a contrarian? Do I purposely pick arguments with the brothers on here? Am I that type of person like that?
Yeah, I think you are. Yeah, you purposely come in
so
here
give
to
me
pick arguments.
So give me an example.
You came here to pick an argument with me.
How did I pick an argument with you?
Well, whenever Jay Prince and Naomi was going back and forth, when you first started, you made it necessary to say that I was flipping my point to something. And then when I came back, so you picked the argument. Right? You indirectly picked the argument with me. You couldn't just address Naomi and Jay Prince or Naomi.
You still won't let me say nothing.
Well, you can't ask me a question.
Is it a contradiction?
And then try to speed up my answer.
So I won't even ask you because you have to keep.
Well, don't ask me a question if you don't let me answer.
Right. Actually, you interrupt and then you run away. You don't want to have a conversation. Okay, so Darwin, if you tell men most women don't want y'all, and then you're coaching men to get women to change their minds, is that a direct contradiction?
I never told men that most women don't want me. So what you're doing is you're asking a leading question to give me an answer.
Hold on. And you're doing it again. So you
cannot ask me a question again. You cannot ask me a question.
You're not going to respond.
When I get ready to respond, you try to cut my response short because it's not giving you the response.
So since you never said that, do women want most of these men?
Do women want most of the men?
Yeah. Do they want most men?
Do they want most men? Most women want most men.
You ain't got to say it 3 times.
Yes.
Yo, that is in direct contradiction of everything you say on these panels when you say these women don't want most men. And that's what I mean. So I can't go get clips.
You're pigeonholing the question and the context of the question down to a point.
How am I pigeonholing? So I can't go get clips of you telling men that most of these women don't want you. They want the top percent of men. They don't want majorities of men. That's what you're telling me?
Well, I will say this. If you're asking me, do most women in the market cleave to the top percentile?
I didn't say cleave.
Or do they go after? Or they desire? Do they want? Yes, I can agree that most women in the market are going to try to go for the best option. I can agree that. I've said that on the record, and I'll say it on today. Are you happy? What's your other question?
So you change your answer literally in the same sentence that you're talking about.
I'm saying it on the record. Most women do go for the top guys.
Hey, on the record, did he just change his answer while he's talking? Why he said he didn't say that? Can anybody else witness? Can I have anyone to witness?
Here's the context you don't understand. So, even though most women go for the top guys, whenever they fail or don't succeed to get the top pick, they still will go and date around the rest of the climate.
Do they want
to? Will do that. They still will do that. If you look at the numbers,
you don't
have to take my word for it. If you look at the rate of marriage,
you see what he's doing, right? He's repackaging.
If you look at the average person who married the average woman and the average man actually get married.
The average woman
When the
don't like
women,
the man that she's with. The
so
average
listen,
woman doesn't like the man that
this
she's
ain't my
with.
opinion. This is based on facts. When the women don't actually get the top percentile of men, she typically goes and date parallel. She dates across when she don't. But it
What's that
happens
mean?
at a time. It often happens at a
No, what's that
time.
mean? Does she like him?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she like him. But
So when a woman has to date outside her type, she likes that guy.
see, you're leading the question. You're
Is
saying
that a
that you
leading
have to date
question? How's that
outside
a
of her
leading
type.
question? If
I'm
most
saying
women,
I'm saying she prefer the top.
does she?
The average guy,
Does,
the average, just because she prefer the top 10% doesn't mean that the 80 percentile isn't her type. I'm willing to argue.
hold on.
I'm willing to make the claim
Let's
that.
not speak for.
Hold
Let's
on,
not
let me
speak for
finish.
women. Okay,
Because
go
you
ahead.
keep asking me
You've been
question after
finishing for an
question, and
hour.
you're not letting me articulate context. Because context is important. Because what you can do is you can twist my words when they're
No,
oversimplified.
you twisting your
So,
own
so
words. I
here's
ain't
the
gotta twist
thing.
your words.
So, well, let me finish then.
I will, but you're
So
gonna keep
here's the
twisting your
thing.
words.
I will make the argument that the woman's type can be within the 80 to 70 percentile, but she will go after a guy that's not necessarily her type, that's in the top 10 percentile of earning potential.
What?
That's a fact.
What is that? What did you just say? Yo, y'all know what he just
Is
said.
anybody on the
Can
panel
someone
listen?
translate?
If nobody else was listening to me, it doesn't even make any sense. Because if you're not listening to me and nobody else is listening
I
to me, her,
can't doubt Bridget
it's
because you just been
important
flip
that we just
flopping
move the
all over,
conversation
bro.
along. Because I'm speaking at a level of intellect that
I
where
can't
you have
doubt
to
Bridget.
actually
You
take
just
your
been
time
flip flopping.
and listen.
And
But
now,
what y'all are doing is y'all are mentally loading up questions
does it
while I'm
change?
trying to
Now, Bruiser is doing
communicate
the same
context, and
stuff
you're
that
not
I'm doing.
understanding what I'm saying. What's
I'm
that?
asking you loaded questions. Is that what I'm doing?
Yes.
By asking you to be consistent without you twisting
You're
up your own
accident
words.
when you frame anytime you say, hey, okay, if she's not going after the guy that's not her type, when you frame it as not her type instead of just the average man, you're loading the question. Because now I gotta answer with the ingredients that she's going after a guy that's not her
I
type.
apologize.
And I might not agree that she's
Apologize.
actually going after guys that's not her
Okay.
type.
Hey
When
Naomi.
you add that qualifier to it, you're
Excuse
loading
me.
the question.
I'm gonna ask a woman. Hey, no,
Yes, sir.
Naomi. Are most women getting the man they want, or are most women settling?
Um,
If you got to,
so I'm going to be honest with you. I think age kind of depends on it. I think as a woman gets older, she's actually settling for the man that's interested in her because of other factors, like actually what Jay Prince had said, fertility and things like that. If a man is older and desires children, a woman she ends up beginning to have a geriatric pregnancy after the age of 35.
excuse me, respectfully, hold on, please. I'm gonna ask you again. Do most women get the man that they want, or do they settle?
I think women choose who they align to.
I'm gonna ask you another way. Do most women get their first option, or they get their second, third, fourth option?
I don't think I'm understanding you correctly because I just
you understand it by the way you just blew your breath. You and hey Boheme, can I ask you the same question? Could you be honest to me, please? Boheme, do most women get their first option, or do they get their second, third, fourth, fifth option?
Second, third, fourth, fifth.
Thank you so much. And she knew that too. That's why she blew her breath. But like I said, you may not either you don't want to go against him, or you don't want to admit the actual logic that we know about women, that most women showcase certain behaviors because they never get the man they actually want. The man they actually wanted may have passed by them, or they weren't ready for him when they're younger. But when they get older and less attractive, now all of a sudden they're ready for that guy, but it's too late. And I don't mean like y'all get like ugly. I mean you don't look the same way you did when you was 20 and 30. So when you
Right.
get 40, let me. It ain't that you now all of a sudden got this intuition. It's the fact now you're ready to settle down with somebody because you wasted your prime years, and it's more difficult to get the guy you wanted. So Most women skip past the guy they could have got, and when they get older, they definitely will never get him again. So they settle, and they're angry at themselves for making these choices, and they're bitter, and then they'll conflate that guy that they wanted with most men because they couldn't get the guy. That's why I disagree with True. Most women conflate the minority of men they can't get that they call the a-hole or the toxic guy because they couldn't get him with majority of men who would do anything with women who are one blowjob from the place to plantation would do anything you want, but y'all just don't want those guys.
I don't
So
believe that.
let me clarify. When I first initially answered, you actually just said the same thing that I said. I actually said age depends on it because when a woman gets older, she has to settle. When she's younger, she gets the one she wants. You didn't allow me to. You actually re-asked that same question.
No.
I didn't understand it. Hold on. I didn't understand it the third time that you asked because you said something about 2, 3, 4. But my initial answer was when a woman gets older, she has to settle. So that means she does not get the one that she wants. When she's younger, women tend to get the man that they want.
You're absolutely wrong.
That's why I said age matters.
So you're
That's why
absolutely.
my first response was age matters. You actually agreed.
You said it. You don't have to. You don't have to repeat it. But you're gonna repeat it. You're gonna repeat it.
You actually agreed with what I just said.
I didn't agree. No, I didn't agree with you. No, I
You
did not
just
agree
now
with you.
said when a woman gets older, she has to settle for her 2, 3, 4. She becomes bitter.
So the average woman gets married at 29. For a younger woman is getting run through. She's living in her 3 or 4 phase and her fun phase. She doesn't want to settle down. She passes by the guy she could have actually got. Most women might get run through the guy that they want, but they don't settle down with the guy that they want because you'll say, I have options. I don't have to settle. I'm going to pursue my career. I'm going to pursue my degree. I'm going to pursue my life. I'm going to pursue my lifestyle first. Then I'll get the man in the family later on. So that's not true as well either. Women don't get the man when they want when they're young, and they don't get the man that they want when they're older. They could have possibly got the guy that they wanted when they were younger, but they exercised their options, they compromised themselves, and they were out in the street, and they wanted to get coverage by the street as well too. They didn't want a man at that age. They wanted their own life.
So when do they get the man?
Okay, so hold on, Darwin, please. I now understand the type of woman in which you speak of. So a woman who's marriage-minded, hold on. So you are correct in the certain type of woman in which you speak of. A woman who's marriage-minded will have the man that she wants when she's younger.
We all know that. We don't have to say that. That's
Well,
you're deflecting.
no. So when I was giving my example,
Naomi, you're deflecting. Nobody would disagree with that.
No, it's not deflecting.
It is,
so I'm
would
trying to sit here and meet you halfway with what you're saying.
No, you don't have to meet me halfway.
My perception that I gave just now was that when a woman becomes older, she has to settle, which we actually both agreed on. From my understanding, the type of woman in which I speak of, if she's marriage minded, she will definitely have the man that she wants when she's younger. Although you're speaking about a woman who's career minded, that's the type of woman that wants to have a free for all. The type of woman in which you're speaking of is a different type of woman in which I was speaking of. So in actuality, we're both actually speaking truth, because the type of woman that you're talking about is not the type of woman that I would suggest women to become. I don't believe that a woman should pour into that 3 or 4 phase and wait to get married until they're later. Right. So we're speaking of two different.
So no, we're not, because everybody on the panel agrees with you that a marriage-minded woman is that way. If you are most women at a younger age looking for sex, or are they looking for marriage?
That's a loaded question.
That's not a loaded question at all. And stop trying to save her, or I'm gonna direct it to you, and she can be quiet, and me, you can have a discussion, and you don't run it. So I'm gonna ask you. No, Naomi.
If you're using
Naomi.
No.
Go ahead and let him direct it to me. Go ahead and direct it to me.
Are most women looking to get married at a young age, or are they looking to become 304s, engage in their fun phase? Since you want Ali again, but don't run away. Let's have a civil conversation.
It's a loaded question again, and the reason why it's loaded is because what you're doing is you're fixating on only 2 options that the woman can choose from, as if there is not a third or fourth. And some women who may have those third and fourth options, other than just being married and becoming a 304.
What's those options though? So just so we clear, what's those third or fourth options? No, you can't just say third or fourth option without clarifying what that third or fourth option.
Cut me off when I'm trying to land.
You can't just say third and fourth option. What is the third and fourth option?
Cut me off when I'm trying to land.
Now you're getting angry. Now you cussing. So then
because you're being rude. You're asking a loaded question.
Why is God mad? You called yourself God. You called yourself God the other day. Why is God mad?
A question. So you tight. So you come in here with a vendetta.
No, you cussing. I'm not cussing.
So here's the thing. You're exposing that you're tight from a previous episode. Okay,
No,
so
I'm
what this
not.
is
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You've
this is
been
what I'm
triggered
saying
this
is
whole show. I'm not
you're
triggered.
you're
Nobody
you're
sees me
strategic
triggered.
you're
I just,
strategically loading a question
I'm strategically asking what
that
the
only
third or
has
fourth option is. What's the third or fourth option?
you're strategically loading a
Asking
question
about your third. No, I'm not. I'm actually about the
that
third or
has
fourth
two
option.
options.
What's the
The
other
one
ones?
is being married, the other one is being slutted out as a 3 or 4, as if
What's the third?
women
What's the third
today
or fourth one?
are not showing numbers that they're actually going for careers. They're going for career disciplines and stability. And I would think, and I'm not trying to simp, but I'm just trying to
Yes, you are.
broaden your horizon of understanding that it's some women out there that's gonna find it highly disrespectful
Disrespectful.
that have fathers that are pushing them into fields of expertise that may not necessarily be marriage or just busting it open. So whenever you load a question and you pigeonhole it only down to 2 options, it's called loading the question. So
These are
that's
your
why I
talking
interrupted.
points. These are your
Because if
talking
she
points.
answered that, she would have to answer from the presupposition that there's only 2 things women are doing today, and it's being married and being slutted out, when there's other things that they're doing. And the numbers are showing that they're doing other things. It's just that we got a whole bunch of incel red pill men that are
you're
out
not
here
red pill
jealous
now?
of women because
Not
they're
red pill.
bypassing them in not only in the market
Bruce
and
ain't red pill no more.
socioeconomically, or kicking their asses, and they want to just pigeonhole the women out that's superseding them down to just being a bust down on wife, when there's the numbers are showing that they're doing other things. We don't want to talk about it because we have a brand, or we don't want to talk about it because we have an audience that we got to appeal to. But I say, fuck that. If you're gonna be real, be real.
So
Look
what's
at the
the money?
numbers. You don't have to base it off of your opinions. There's
You gonna
women
be
out here
Are we
that
gonna have a conversation? You want to monologue again? So if men
well, if you
aren't,
call on me, I got a lot to say because I've done a
because you
lot of work.
crashing out, because you
I
crashing
got
out.
a lot of
So
fucking hours in this shit. So when you call on me, you best be
it's
ready to
because you
listen.
crashing. It's
Go
because you
ahead.
crash, and we do too, and you crashing out. So for some reason, since you
I'm
see
crashing
men
out.
can't, since you see men are 304s and money hungry, you all of a sudden created a green pill. What? Tell everybody
I
what the
created the
green pill
green
is.
pill.
Since you're not red pill, you're not
Has
blue pill
anybody else
now.
heard
What
that
is
I
the green
created a
pill?
green pill on this panel?
What's the green pill? Oh, no one ever. What's the green pill,
Oh, I
Bruce? I'm
think
asking
you
you.
mean money pill, Ali.
Hey, that's
Thank
the
you.
green pill. That's the green pill. That's the. You see, that's the green pill.
Fuck
You
you,
see,
green pill.
he the worst. He got to co-sign himself because nobody else. He got to co-sign himself because nobody else co-signing him. So what's the green pill?
Go look it up. Do your homework for yourself.
You can't get the women without
Look up your
money.
pill. Look up my
You
pill.
can't get money women with. So this is. I'm gonna say this statement. The other day on the show, this man told everybody he was God. He got triggered when he was discussing religion, but he asking people and telling people they ain't got families and they ain't got what he has. When he acknowledges that most men can't get women because those women don't want them, so a lot of men gonna struggle with not having a family. A lot of men gonna struggle with not having children. A lot of men are gonna struggle with having women. And then when he gets cornered or he gets addressed by women and men, he flip flops and then he starts disrespecting and demonizing the men for not being able to get women. And then he tries to teach men how to get women with these women who don't want them. That you're actually the problem. And then you get triggered when people ask you logical questions. And I've been telling you that for almost 2-3 years. You'll stand on one thing, then you'll flip flop. And then when someone calls you out, because you start disrespecting people about their teeth, you start disrespecting people about how they dress, you start telling men that they can't get women because who they are, it has nothing to do with who they are. It has to do with the fact that majority of these men are not good for today's women. And they keep telling you that over and over again. And you keep trying to coach them how to get these women that tell them, you broke, you dusty, you stink, I don't want you, you no good for me, I'm not going back to be traditional, ain't no patriarchy, no archaic, and you still keep leading them in the burning house. So you just admitted when Jay Prince couldn't get the woman that somehow you gonna coach her to get the women. So you got to repackage your brand again because you keep flip-flopping, and Ali's just addressing you on that. Don't disrespect the man that can't get a family or babies, or maybe because he's short, maybe because he's fat, maybe he doesn't have the resources, because women don't like him for who he is.
Well, all I can say is nobody cares. And you could play the littlest violin, ain't nobody come to save you. If you're losing, it's because 9 times out of 10 is because you're a loser. And it's because you don't want to go out here and do the work. You're not paying attention to the numbers, you're not paying attention to the market. You're not looking back, you're not looking in the mirror. You just keep pointing the finger at women And it's time for men to stop fucking pointing the finger and look to the men who are actually getting the results and figure out what they're doing. But because y'all don't want to align with us, because y'all don't want to lean on us, because y'all don't want to ask us, what are we doing? How do we build a household? How do we build an empire? How do we build the thing that a lot of men are yearning for today? And instead of doing that, what y'all want to go do is just tear fucking women down and say they ain't shit. When you could just look in the mirror, and I would be impressed if you looked in the mirror. If most of y'all would look in the mirror, go out and actually do the work, and then come back and fail, and then we have a conversation. But I'm not convinced that y'all are actually going back and doing the work. I keep running into conversations with y'all.
Checkmate.
Y'all are pulling up on my panels.
Checkmate.
And y'all are not coming correct. Y'all are coming subpar. And
So
I can see it.
so
A lot of
you did
guys
it.
don't even.
You did it
It's
again.
just the facts.
You
If
did it again.
if we want to state the facts, we can. We can get away from the branding and all that stuff, and we can literally embrace the dark side of the numbers that we keep avoiding. The dark side of the numbers I've been talking about that nobody wants. Bruiser, Darwin, to talk. Please, Darwin, please don't talk about that side. Just keep punching down on the women. No, you motherfuckers gonna have to get your shit straight and stop all this damn complaining. There's guys out here that is winning. Talk to them. Stop talking to the women and try to change them. They can see your bullshit too. You had a woman sit up here for 2 hours straight tell you that your shit stink, and you don't even want to accept it. How can I tell you? The market is telling you your shit stink. We're telling you your shit stink. You're not gonna change your draws. I'm just telling you, change your draws, bro. That's it.
Checkmate.
Well, you can't do your own mic drops all the time, man.
Checkmate. Somebody got to press buttons for me. I don't know if you got a soundboard dope daddy or whatever, because he just co-signing himself to the abyss. He didn't sabotage his whole brand today. He just talking crazy and flip-flopping. Don't make no sense what he's saying. All his videos on his shows is about talking about the black women and how they failing and how they no good for today's men. Now all of a sudden the men are complaining. It don't make no sense. How you gonna bash men for bashing women and you bash women if you're gonna say they're bashing women when men are just saying what they need from women to be with women? But his whole brand, his whole show is based off so-called bashing women. But I wouldn't say that's what he's doing. But he gets to be disingenuous and disrespect the men who are actually addressing the women's behaviors that they want to be with by saying he's bashing them when that's what he does on his show. That's what his show is for. And good thing you calmed down, excuse me.
Darwin gonna take these clips back to his show.
He gonna have to go
Somebody
exercise.
mad
It's
because
a sad day when I'm
somebody's mad because I'm able to look at both sides and pull out the issue.
Hold on.
You know what?
Hold on real quick.
I'm putting it on the record. From here on out, that's my lane. I'm gonna look at both sides and call out the bullshit.
Dating is so hard for women. Never provide for her. Why men don't date older women? Men are suffering. Men are blamed for everything. Men stop trusting women. Everything is about not trusting the women. How you gonna come on here and say men bashing women? What you mean?
Keep going.
What you mean? Hidden agenda exposed. What to do next? Oh,
right.
hey y'all. Don't chase her. But he's telling men to ask her why she don't like you. All contradictions, man. Come on, man. Let's keep it real.
Thank you.
Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real.
Appreciate it.
Keep it real, man.
Thanks
Don't you
for the
keep it real.
promotions.
Hey, it's the truth. So you
It's
giving
the
false
truth.
branding. Yours false
And
advertisement.
look,
I'm telling the truth.
Look at the live stream. Matter of fact, pull up the live streams I just did tonight and last night. I talked about the dating market and where men are failing in the dating market.
Are men failing because they're bad men, or are men
Go
failing
watch
because
the
women?
live. You
No,
don't
I'm
get to do
asking.
that.
I'm asking
You
you
don't
another
get to
question.
sit
You don't
here
want to
and
answer no
tell
more
me
questions.
to go over my live when I just spent 2-3 hours, 6 hours.
You don't know. Yes, I do.
Telling
Because you
you,
just spent.
and
You just spent your.
you didn't pull
spend
up
your
to watch
time.
it. You don't get to try to
You
ask me
address men
about
and
it.
women. You address men and women, so you
Go
get to be
go
questioned
watch
too.
it. Go watch it. I just made 2 live streams. I talked about online dating, offline dating, and a plan of action so you can increase the probability, the likelihood of you actually matching with someone.
How does a man do that?
Go look at the content.
No, I'm asking you.
I know you're asking me, and I'm telling
You
you to
don't,
go
because
look at
you don't memorize your content. You just put stuff
I
together and
remember
edit
the
it, right?
content.
So tell me how.
Go
So
look.
can you tell?
Go
Hold
look
on.
at the content.
So,
You
no,
don't.
I
What you
listen.
don't get to do is sit here and try to get me to pick apart my content and pigeonhole it to your leading questions like you've been doing all night. You
No,
can go just do just like everybody else
you
and go
brought
watch
this.
content.
You took it here. You don't want to be questioned, but you can question
That's
everybody
it
else,
for
and
me.
it
I'm
was
done.
just logical. I know.
I'm
I
done.
know. Put a fork in it. Checkmate.
There's no more left on the table, bro.
It's
I
cool.
got a question, Darwin. You so you teach men how to get women, or can you tell me what you do?
I don't teach men how to get women. What I do is I expose how men and women can get the outcomes that they want that they wouldn't otherwise be able to see. And I use research, I use my experience, I leverage the community group that I have to be able to cultivate all of that stuff in the content that I'm able to articulate on a day-to-day basis.
Hey,
So
dope daddy.
it could be a number of things.
Hey, dope daddy. If I want to play basketball,
So if a
and
guy came to me and say, hey, look, man, I don't want to get married, I don't like the state laws. I just want to, get my thing off and just protect my peace. And there's a roadmap there's a playbook to going out here and just leveraging whatever resources he's willing to deem an expense and use that to get the thing he wants. I mean, you got guys out here that just want to do that, and guys are coming out of hiding and saying that they don't mind being tricks. If this is the game, this is what it turns to when men and women are failing to match because of their disproportionate values don't align. So you got guys that are going to be tricking. You got women that are going to be busting it open for the money. It's going to happen online and it's going to happen offline. But then you still got the group. You still got a group of people who still want to be married, and there's content for that. There's content for that. You got guys that want to go overseas. There's content for that. This is a relationship niche. You got to be able to. The reason why guys like my opponents and my detractors are not able to scale as far as subscribers and views because they don't have a wide range of being able to intellectually resonate with their audience or with a wide range of audience. So you'll see those guys be in a game maybe 2 to 3 years before me and still like 5 or 10,000 subs and averaging maybe 10 to 15,000 views versus somebody who's actually want to actually put effort into solving problems and answering difficult questions can grow for maybe 1 or 2 years and reach 100,000 subs. And the numbers don't lie. It's all about the numbers for real. You just look at the numbers and you can see. You look at the data, you look at the analytics, and you're able to actually evaluate whether what you are doing is working or not. And if it's not working, you pivot. So those who don't like the pivot, those who don't like to look in the mirror and change up their content to make sure it hit and make sure it worked, those guys are always going to fall below the wayside. Me, I can get into style. I can get into men's fashion. I can get into grooming. And if it don't work, I can get into something else. You get what I'm saying? But regardless of the fact, all of these things that I'm getting into is actually coming from integrity. It's a product of what I actually live. So I'm able to tap into relationships. If somebody want to talk about marriage, I've been married. I got you talk about kids, raising kids. I'm raising kids. We talk about the military. I'm a veteran. We could talk about a lot of things. And whatever one hit, and I lean on that the hardest.
How long have you been married? How old were you when you got married?
How old was I when I got married? I was 27 years old when I got married to my wife.
Got you. As far as with the money pill thing, are you advocating for men to pretty much just like say fuck it and just pay for it at this point?
No, I'm not advocating that they just say fuck it and pay for it. I'm just advocating that they go for whatever outcome that they want. If you leveraging their resources and money to get the outcomes they want, I'm trying to get them to understand that they shouldn't feel shame for it.
You just said the tricks. Then what's a trick then? You just said men shouldn't be tricks.
We live in a society where women are not shamed for the things they're doing. People in particular groups that they identify, rainbow groups and all that other stuff, and transformers and all that stuff are not shamed for what they want and outcomes they want. So I'm telling men, you no longer need to be shamed for what you want. If you want multiple wives, go for it. If you want to spend your money, go for it. Don't let nobody shame you for doing nothing. This is the actual prime time in this era that you should go for the outcomes you desire, and you should not be shamed for it. Look how fucked up the world is. Why would anybody shame you for spending your money? You earned it.
You just shamed them. You said dudes out here tricking. You just said it.
That's not shaming.
You just said these dudes out here. You were shaming them. You said these dudes out here tricking. You were shaming them. You were
That's
just
not
shaming
shaming.
them.
Shaming is those dudes who are out here tricking are losers, or they ain't shit and they need to stop. That's shaming.
That's what you were calling them.
That's why I can't talk to him. He gets stuck
Bruiser,
on.
you literally called him Bruiser. You know what happened? See, I keep calling you Bruiser.
You get stuck on some of the phrases that are
can I talk? You done talk for an hour.
and
You done
just
talk for an
hard-
hour.
you get stuck
You
up
need to
at the
go
throat.
back. You need to stop being Darwin McPherson and going back to being
No,
Bruiser.
you got to understand.
It'll change
Real
back. I'm telling you, that's what happened.
Real dope. If you're a content creator, and let's say 80 to 90% of your audience, maybe 50, 60 in that top range. Those guys have been through divorce, been in relationships. They no longer want to get married. They don't believe in the state laws, none of that shit. You think they want to hear you make content about going to go get married? No.
Not the guys that age.
They don't want to. Even if they do get married, they got this thing called a covenantal marriage where the state is not even included. They would rather hear that. But for the most part, a lot of these guys are choosing peace, but they don't want to be hit with a paywall when it comes to intimacy behind some OnlyFans subscription or some soft porn. They would actually rather get out, go have a good time and have fun. There's girls out there that's doing it. And we'd be remiss if we were to say there's not a population of women that are moving in that direction to where they okay to get tricked on. That's just a society we look like. I didn't make this shit up. I didn't make women go out here to bust it open for the money. And I didn't make men go out here and spend their money to get it. This thing
You just told men. You just told men.
This shit was going on long before me.
You didn't tell men to go pick their piece. You told men to ask women why they don't like them. You told them literally go walk up to her and ask her why she don't like you. So now they should.
Why did I tell them that?
To get them to like them.
No.
Why?
Wrong.
Oh,
I told him that because he asked me, how can I go and get this woman to like me? He initiated a question. He had a desired outcome. He said, bro, this girl Naomi just told me that she don't fucking find me attractive and she would never go for me. How can I change that?
Well,
somebody coming to you, the reason why your guys are never going to be able to elevate in that type of field, which is an offline field where you monetize offline, that's called consultations or coaching. The reason why you guys wouldn't be able to do that because y'all would tell them, bro, man, don't fuck that bitch. She got 2 kids. Don't go. Guys are not gonna come up there. Guys are not calling in or booking you to tell to hear no. They want to hear, okay, can you help me figure out how to reach this outcome with the shortest path of least resistance? And if you can't do that, you're not gonna succeed as a coach or consultant who is about helping guys reach outcomes.
Well, though, you know what I would say to that, and just my opinion, is that you're kind of leading somebody down a certain path. Like, all money, not good money. So if somebody came to me and it was like, yo, this girl doesn't like me at all. How can I get her to like me? I'm going to be like, yo, bro, I can't help you. Like, I'm not, because I don't think that you should be trying to get with a woman who does not like you. And is because I'm for building long lasting relationships. So if you get into this relationship, she's going to hate you and she's going to resent you. And like, you might be able to get into the relationship for the money or whatever, but it's going to end up in flames. And you know, one of y'all not going to be happy or both of y'all not going to be happy. Yeah, that's just some money I'm not going to take.
If you were to try to picture in your mind, how do you think that scenario plays out? Do you actually, and a lot of these dumb questions, I entertain them for what they is without trying to dismantle the whole show and just answer it and just keep the flow of the show. But if you were to paint the picture in your mind as a scenario of somebody coming to me to ask me a question like that, do you really think they're going to come to me and say, hey, look, just be honest, man, this girl I like, man, she don't like me. She not attracted me. How do I get her? Do you really think that it's going to really play out like that? Or do you think it's going to be like, you know what, Darwin, man, I'm having this issue, man. I'm struggling out here in the market, man. I've been out here downtown Miami. I've been in Atlanta, and I just can't hit it. I just can't get it, man. But I really want to. That's more likely to happen that way, right? It's not necessarily one particular woman that the guy wants that clearly doesn't find him attractive or even like him. That rarely even happens, if at all. But for the sake of entertainment of stupid loaded questions, for the sake of the flow of the show, I would answer, on how I would do it. But typically I would say, hey, look, man, if you're out here struggling in the market and you trying to match with somebody that you like or whatever, you have to look at the market and look at what are the guys, what do the guys look like? What do they have? What is their status? What are they doing on a day-to-day basis to be able to attract these type of women? What is the difference between those guys and you? Because a lot of guys don't want to compete.
I'll ask you a more interesting question then. What is the most common request you get from these guys who come to you for help?
What is the most common request? It's not even about matching. A lot of it's infidelity. A lot of it is infidelity. A lot of it is either infidelity or sexless marriage. Those are the two top ones. The biggest one I struggle with right now that I haven't really found an answer for is a guy who has been a sole provider for 10 to 15 to 20 years, and his woman does not desire him sexually. And he's pleading with her, trying to get what he thought that would come automatic based on the vows and submission and the things that he believed in. And the woman just does not desire him. And he's saying, hey, look, well, if you're not going to give it to me, are you okay with me going to go fulfill it on my own? She's not okay with that, but she's hanging divorce over his head in the event that she catch him stepping out. That is one of the most difficult things I'm faced with because I really don't know how to answer that. The only thing I can say is, bro, you may just got to get out of your marriage, bro. Because a lot of the lack of intimacy is playing into other things in a relationship that are causing the walls to cave in on a household. So what do you do as a sole provider that's been taking care of a household for 20 years in a state that enforces alimony for life with no premarital agreement? You got kids and this woman does not want to be intimate with you. You are fucked. What do you do? She catch you cheating. She's going to divorce you. She's going to take half of your assets. She's going to put you on child support and alimony for life. No premarital agreement. And she communicated that. So what do you do in that situation? Do you just chuck it up? You're already 50, 55, close to 60. You don't want to start. It's really hard to bounce back from a position like that as an older guy. Maybe in the 20s and 30s, yeah. But a guy that's in 50, 55 years old, been married for 25 years.
Ain't that the ultimate result though that a man wants is his woman making love to him when he can do everything? If you can't give him the answer to that, then why we pushing men to get married at all? If he gonna produce everything, he gonna take care of everything, protect her, but he can't get sex from her. Ain't that the ultimate result he wants outside of everything is a woman that make love to him? If you can't convince his woman to make love to him or get love to him, what results are they getting if they're getting in sexless marriages? That sounds like that you giving them treatment, you're not giving them the
So what he
cure.
did was he encapsulated all men into
You
this
you just said
situation.
that's your biggest one was infidelity because they're sexless marriages and men are considering cheating, and you said you don't got the answer for that. Ain't that the number one thing
I
that's the
said the
issue that
number
men are
one struggle that I deal with,
was infidelity
problem
and
that I
sexless
can't
marriages?
solve when it comes to me coaching and answering questions and
You about to change
consultation.
the answer. Go
The
ahead.
problem is that the number one and number two is the sexless marriage and the infidelity.
Okay, so what did I say was wrong? You said you don't got no
Well,
answers for that.
what you did was you encapsulated that into all men to drive a point that why do any
You
man need to
said
be
that's
married?
the majority
When
of your oh
the
man.
but see what you can't do is very dangerous is try to say that majority of all the guys I talk to aligns with the overall population of man on a mass scale when the numbers is gonna be disproportionate. It's not gonna line up.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, I want men to stop selling this whole alimony thing to other men, because 85 to 90% of men are not going to be affected by it. So I think that is a pointless talking point. You're selling divorce to men or the fear of like paying alimony forever to men, and 85 to 90% of men will never be affected by it. And so
You saying we're selling it?
you are fear mongering men because they can't even afford to pay alimony. Like 85 to 90% of men can't even afford to pay alimony because
who's
they don't make
fear-mongering
enough
men?
money to do so. So only 10 to 15% of divorces end with men paying alimony. It's It's just
That's
a
the
pointless thing that you do.
that's not the main problem though.
How is it fear
No, it's not.
mongering?
No. I'm not saying that that's the main problem. I was just adding that in because that's just
But
one
you're
of
right.
the
10%,
problems.
10% of the men, to only
Well,
about
perhaps
10%
maybe
of men
that's who
paying
we're
alimony.
talking to.
Yeah.
If in fact whatever you're saying is true, that only a small percentage of men are enduring that position or that situation, then it makes sense that the guys that are running to me with this problem are of that
No,
population
they're
of
not.
percentage.
No, they're not. Not 10 to 15% of men are not coming to talk to you.
That's not what I said.
These broke
I
men are
said
coming to talk to you.
let me repeat it. If you're saying that only a small fraction of percentage of men are actually in a situation that I just articulated, then I said the guys that are actually coming to me with that top two problems, it belongs to that bracket of people, of population. I didn't say that that's all of them. I said that they belong to that. And it's not fear mongering. If somebody comes to me with the problem, how is it fear mongering me when I'm just listening to what they're saying?
No, I'm talking about when you come to these spaces with these average men that be listening to you, you know that those men are not sitting on TikTok and YouTube listening to you. You know that average men are listening to you. So you are fear mongering these average men. You are leading them to believe that they are these like high value men that every woman wants. I want y'all to stop doing that. I want y'all to speak to the audience that you are speaking to because you are giving them this view of themselves that doesn't exist. They are not high value. They are average. We all need to act. I'm average and I act average. I don't ever
Mhm.
act right. And I don't speak to women who are in this like higher tax bracket
Mhm.
or that
Change
are
your mind, Bruiser.
young or whatever. I speak to just average
Let's see.
women.
This we about to see a miracle happen. Change your mind, Bruiser.
Here's a problem. Here's what a hole in your point is.
No, you gotta change her mind.
If you come into a space where somebody's asking a person who he's talking to, and he's talking to a small percentage of people about a problem, you can't hold him. You can't hold him fear mongering when they're actually asking him the details of what he's doing as a profession outside of the platform that he's making content on. You can't hold me liable for that if I'm just simply answering a question. Just because it don't apply to them doesn't make me a fearmonger. It just makes me speak from integrity from the work I do. If somebody asks me, okay, what do you do on a daily basis? And it says, and what I do on a daily basis has to be evolved around a small percentage of what guys are doing. You can't hold that against me because the most of the people listening is not within that small percentage. I'm just actually simply answering the question. So what we could do to fix it is whenever you have a platform where you have average men, don't ask 10% questions. Don't ask questions that apply to only 20%. Just like what you do with heterosexual and homosexual conversations. If most of your audience is homosexual, don't ask questions about heterosexual topics. It's the same applies. Simple as that.
Darwin, what state was the got person in that you said they had a bad state for alimony?
This was
Or, you know.
a bad state for alimony?
Yeah, you said it was like he'll get fucked over because the state he's in. What state was that you think is bad for that?
Oh, let me look it up real quick. Let me go back to Calendly.
What was the question, though?
Darwin said that one of his people that he deals with was in a poor state when it comes to not poor like financially poor, but like a bad state for divorce when it comes for men because of alimony. California, you said?
Because he said they'll
No.
be paying it forever.
Oh, okay. So one of them is in Florida.
Florida.
The other one is in his state is not even on here. So I know one of them for sure is in Florida. The other two guys, I don't know what state they were in. That we didn't really have a conversation about what state they were in, but they did mention that they pay alimony, but they didn't disclose what state they live in. But George, judging by this person's area code, I can tell that he might be in West Virginia. Maybe is that a West Virginia state code? Area code. Let me look up West Virginia area code.
I'd be going to get these super chats up real quickly.
That West Virginia area code.
If you're not married or engaged, you're single.
681. So
program through video vixen turned escort who failed as a woman, and she was a man. She was considered to be a loser. Charlemagne is the same man that gave man a mold of his cheeks, meat and nuts as a gift. Melyssa can't pay a man a value to marry her. Well, listen. Any woman that wants to descend a man, come sell a woman who can't get a relationship from the man she wants, not she mad at the whole gender. A woman that centers men if they get the one they want. It's a coping mechanism for losers. Why are y'all fronting? Mass future 18 to 30. Get a kid from him or smashed out. Then come looking for a Russell. That's not a win for Russell types. LMA. Uncle be streaming $2. Look at their first baby daddy, and that's their type. Naomi just told us that women don't value virginity. Big Ant, $10. I think that Naomi and JP can be the first couple to get married on a Thursday night show. You don't give someone, you say you don't want that much attention. JP is right. He does get women. That's why he targets women at the homeless shelters. Gina says, preach. Bruiser. Please listen to Bruiser. He's married to a dime. And he's a child/family. Listen to him, fellas. Gina, again, do why it's easier for Bruiser to be successful. Well, maybe men run away because of their mouth. And lastly, Bruiser hold the mirror to women. I want to thank everybody that's contributed tonight. Y'all make sure y'all be safe. Enjoy y'all weekend. Let's make sure we support everybody on the panel. Thank the panel for you guys' patience. And we out, y'all. Catch y'all next time. You know what?
Appreciate you staying